coal in California, and nuclear, those are run at a constant. Yes, they are big in terms of renewables. And as you can see, the solar coming in the morning and then it declines. But the point that we are trying to raise here is that there are other technologies that assist. There's battery, the light brown line there contributes, but there's a big role played by gas. But even so, there's even also a significant role played by imports, I guess exports and imports. But they also have a lot of curtailment, the wind in particular, and that's also published by the same entity. You can look it up yourselves. So the question is, what can we do as we proceed? Is there anything that we can learn from these countries? But how do we drive? The question is, how do we drive this in terms of pricing? How do we price things such that we can be able to facilitate this type of demand pattern or this type of supply? So with that, I'd like to then invite Mark Beer to then also contribute. Mark?
Okay, good morning, everybody. I am trying to put my camera on so I can just greet everybody and say good morning. And then I will proceed with the this part of the presentation. This essentially, we're moving into a section that says, based on what we have heard already, what was the strategic implications of that in terms of that analysis we did as a division when we developed our strategy and strategic planning last year, which some of you are aware of and engaged with. And so now we have an opportunity to quickly share some of the outcomes of that. And the first thing is that what is our purpose statement? Why are we regulating the electricity industry? And the key elements of that are we need to provide a reliable and predictable and stable electricity supply. Now there's a number of elements of this that can even become competing in terms of what one needs to spend to make energy reliable and predictable, and then in terms of facilitating entry and how people are coming into the sector, whether it's on the supply side or the demand side, accessing power or generating it, and setting prices. So prices and need to be set at levels that make sure that the industry is reliable and predictable and stable, but also affordable. So there are a number of competing elements here, but the main thing is what is our purpose? And it's to produce that, it's to regulate in a way that makes the electricity system stable, prices are stable, and that we are in a position to also play a regulator's role of resolving disputes as well. But again, in that regard, we need to be seen as impartial. So for the regulator to be protecting and putting a lot of effort into making sure that its independence is maintained can sometimes also be frustrating for stakeholders who have a particular interest, and Eskom and the regulator has to stand back and put everybody's interests and balance them. And at the end of the day, to ensure that there is economic development. And that affects livelihoods, it affects investments, etc. But our purpose is to try and do this in a collaborative manner, and that's part of why we're sitting here today, to try and find collaborative solutions to the electricity industry, the current crisis, but this too shall pass. And what does the future look like? How do we collaborate with our stakeholders? We then look from that, as part of developing that purpose statement, we looked at a number of aspects of our role, the electricity industry, and we developed some very important strategic objectives. I'm not going to go into all of them, They are there, you can see them. But just for the purpose of this presentation, pick out some linkages. So at an organizational level, we identified that we need to improve our systems and tools, i.e. our pricing methodology in this case. And through that, we can then improve our business processes, our internal business environment. But the goal, the objective, the strategic objective in terms of what do customers and stakeholders get out of our improvement of our systems and tools is improved system stability and improved price stability. Now, what do we mean by stability? There are a number of different aspects to that, and I'll get to that. We have a definition slide that I will get to, but essentially we chose stability to be incorporating the key elements, such as, for example, on price stability. We're talking about predictability, we're talking about affordability, we're talking about cost reflectivity, etc. So there are a number of things that we came up with, we decided on the word stability that capture all these elements, and therefore prices are stable. Stable in terms of fluctuations, but stable in terms of predictability, but stable also in terms of affordability, etc. So now, but to get there, we need to improve our systems and tools, as I pointed out. But what's important is to keep in mind that this is not just a one kind of knee-jerk reaction. As part of our strategic planning, we identified a whole range of elements that need to be addressed, and we developed a portfolio of projects. Some of them strategic. In other words, they are projects that are designed to give effect to change and improvement. And then there are operational projects that are carry on. They are a day-to-day business. They are a day-to-day mandate that is enshrined in the law, in the Energy Regulation Act. So, for example, a review of the pricing system at the top left, that is very clearly a strategic project with long-term improvements that are expected from that. On the other hand, setting municipal tariffs and Eskom's tariffs, those are operational. They carry on. They may start to look different as we implement the review of the pricing system, and eventually the business, in future, these two will remain operational, but they will be carried out differently based on the review of the pricing, and a number of others. Trading conditions, training, urgent skills requirements, project management office to improve our planning and delivery and goal setting, etc. But more importantly, collectively, they will make sure that our role as a regulator will be hopefully more clearly defined going forward as the market unbundles, deregulates, depending on what your point of view is. So part of what we did when we looked at this, we had decided to have a look at where has tariff setting and methodology development come from to reach to the point that we are today. So essentially the MYPD, as it became known, the multi-year price determination methodology, was introduced in 2005, and that was to address some of the shortcomings of the previous way that prices had been set, where it was yearly and it was felt that there was not enough predictability in that. But what I want to draw your attention to, we can see the MYPD 1, 2, 3, 4, and they have various periods which they come in, and in some cases, the principles were used in the first year because stakeholders, and more specifically Eskom, were not ready, and therefore so there was a pragmatism that was applied on both sides to say how do we get adjustments, maybe not complete in year one because of, sometimes systems need to be updated, etc. So there is a range of dates and interim arrangements that were made. But what I'm wanting to draw attention to here is what were the issues that were addressed, because each iteration was designed to address shortcomings or similar, problems that had been dealt with in the previous one. So what has stayed pretty constant throughout all of the price setting regimes that have been employed, the rate of return and using a capital asset pricing model has been used. So the rate of return on the asset base has been consistent. But what we then start to see is that there were problems in terms of yearly determination. So we went to a multi-year price determination, which meant we introduced a cap of some sort over time. In this case, it was the CPIX cap. But then in MYPD2, it was decided that this price cap mechanism was creating a level of instability in the system. It's also at that point, if you remember 2008, that there was real crisis happening in terms of the need for additional capacity was being reviewed, and it was decided at that point to introduce the regulatory clearing account. The unintended consequence of that regulatory clearing account, which then carried right through to today, is that it undermines precisely the multi-year price determination predictability that was intended, because it means that every time a regulatory clearing account has come through, there's always been an additional amount of money that was required. And that has meant that predictability has been steadily eroded over time. And that needs to be dealt with. It's been a big complaint from stakeholders that we've consulted and engaged with, that the lack of predictability is hampering investments and decision making, especially where there are long project cycles of 10, 20 years, etc. In terms of the regulatory asset base, that's the other thing that changed. We had book value originally, then we've got current modern equivalent, which is an artificial value that is created based on a number of factors. And then as we came into MIPD4, we even started introducing work under construction. And again, the question, why should consumers be paying for work under construction? They are not getting any power from those stations. They're not getting any benefit from it, but they're paying for it. So these were a number of the important questions that we asked. And we decided that these were the areas we needed to look at in terms of looking at the methodology and accommodating this evolving industry. So what are the key principles that guide the EPDM, the electricity price determination methodology? These are not, many of these are not principles that are unknown. But again, with anything, it's how one puts these principles together. But important in getting to those principles, we need to understand some definitions that flow through the principles quite widely. One is economic cost. So this is almost like a comparative approach that economists use to say how does one decide whether to do something or not? How does one decide whether to use electricity or use LP gas? These are the decisions that were made, and behind those decisions is people weigh up the economic cost of following a particular course of action. And so when we talk about the economic cost of consumption, it's important to signal to consumers what the impact of their consumption is and whether that is the best economic use of their income. We talk about load. There are two different aspects to load. One is load in the very theoretical concept in terms of how electrical engineers understand load. And quite simply, it's when you have an electrical circuit and you introduce something into that circuit that uses electricity and uses that electricity to do something else, like heat, light, or motion, etc., and therefore creates a load on that system and uses that electricity so that more, as that load increases, more electricity must be provided to ensure that that load is maintained. Then you have load on an electricity system, and this is the load that relates to that load on the electrical circuit, but now you're looking at customers and the different types of load that they bring onto the system. So a factory looking at the different types of equipment that use power to do various things. They could be for lighting, heating, and a number of other, driving pumps, etc. Presses. There's a whole range of them. But these different elements bring load onto the system as megawatts. And that's the load that needs to be balanced by the system operator. Then we have another concept, merit order dispatch. This is a crucial concept, because without this, an electricity system cannot ensure that there are cost reflective prices, that are transparent and fair, because it essentially says that the lowest net electricity cost will be dispatched first. And that seems like a very reasonable statement to make, but it sometimes needs to be reiterated, because without it, we don't have fair and transparent consumer prices. Price, in terms of the Act, is a charge for electricity, but for the purpose of this document, it means it relates to the price of the consumer or the end user. that it's the price that is paid for electricity in the market. And that's going to be a one-part or a multi-part tariff, depending on how one covers fixed costs and variable costs, etc. But that will come to that when we actually look at the principles themselves and the methodology. In terms of a tariff, this is what we are saying is it's the charge for a service or an activity. So it's largely a supply-side concept, and it means that at each point in the value chain, different services are provided, whether they are generation, transmission, distribution, etc. And in other parts, horizontally, we've got ancillary charges, etc. But these are all will have a tariff, which will then build up to getting to the consumer price. But that will be discussed later when we discuss consumer prices by Mr. Gumede. And then finally, the weighted average tariff. This is an important concept because while we were developing the methodology, we realized that there's been a lot of talk about marginal cost. And we even introduced the concept of marginal cost. But we needed to unpack what we meant by that. And when we realized that is that in a market that is not a function and competitive market, the price discovery mechanism is very, very important because the market cannot discover the price as it would in a functioning market. And so we've developed this concept of saying, well, we'll develop a weighted average tariff, remembering that tariffs above is for the charges for services and activities. And that it will be regarded as a proxy for a marginal price in the absence of a functioning market. But again, the weighted average tariff will be discussed in more detail. It's very important to start, before we go anywhere else, understanding what is the overarching economics and technical rationale behind the methodology. Well, number one is all energy is used for some form or other of economic activity to produce goods and services. Hence, one could argue that demand is an existential requirement for the electricity system or any energy system, but in this case, we're looking at electricity. In many countries, to drive this economic activity, they choose energy sources that are the most convenient and affordable to themselves. So in South Africa's case, we've developed an energy system largely driven by coal because it was cheap and available and affordable. In others, it's hydro, such as in Norway. And then, as we saw earlier today, some cases countries have no energy and they rely on, say, diesel for running their electricity system, with the obvious impact that it has in terms of the price. In order to deliver on this economic activity, in order to produce those goods and services, investors invest in equipment and invest in people, etc., to drive that economic activity. So, and that equipment is designed to produce, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of load, light, heat, useful motion. So just some quick examples. When you apply electricity to a resistance in a circuit, it generates heat. Now that heat can have many, many functions, many, many roles, such as a toaster at home. That's a resistance concept where the electricity is being used to generate heat, right through to the heavy industrial smelter where electrodes are used to create that resistance heat. And again, useful motion. What does that mean? Well, we can relate to it on various levels. Driving the electric motor of a washing machine, irrigation, farm irrigation, and traction, trains, conveyors, etc. They are all different types of motion that are generated by putting some kind of piece of equipment in the process that enables one to move something, depending on what it is. What is the impact of that? Well, the impact of that is that these different pieces of equipment bring different types of load. Some of those pieces of equipment run 24/7. So again, we can relate to that from one end of the scale to the other. Many of us have a fridge. That fridge runs 24/7. It's not designed to run any other way, and run differently. It will probably not last as long. But again, you go to a smelter, or even our own power stations, for example. We've been talking about it. They're not designed. They're designed to run over 24/7, but they are very large. So, but because of the types of load that are brought to the system, these will inform us what types of power we need. So where we've got equipment that's running 24/7, we need the type of power needs to be supplied that can meet that. And that it's spiking in the evening, for example. It's a different type of equipment that's required to meet that more unpredictable, or that more variable load that comes onto the system. Ultimately, what the point of the slide is to show that right at the end of all of this assessment and analysis, we then decide, well, how do we supply the power? How do we supply the power to meet the different loads that are, and again, we'll cover that in principle 2 and the other principles. But at the end of the day, there are a number of well-known terms such as a base load and a mid-merit and a peaker plant. But at the end of the day, these are plants that have been named according to the load that they are designed to meet. So the load is still fundamentally a demand-side concept. And therefore we need to consider that in our supply solutions. So I think that takes us into then saying, well, what does this all mean for the pricing principles? And we've developed, and this was put out in a paper last year, and there was a lot of debate and engagement around it. But essentially 3 principles underpin the new methodology. And one of those, the first principle, is all about the unbundling of the industry, and that has been touched on, I think, adequately. But I think safe to say at this point, it's about, having different activities, having different cost profiles, being able to develop the different tariffs for those services, and making sure that people are compensated for those services when they provide them, and at a price or at a tariff that compensates them for their prudent and efficient costs, but not their wasteful expenditure. But it's also critically important that the unbundling of the activities and the setting of those tariffs is a key enabler for the merit order dispatch, which will be discussed in more detail under the consumer pricing. It's all about the allocation of these costs and making sure that they are correctly applied, and then reflected in a tariff. So then we've got principle 2. Principle 2 is essentially knowing our consumer, understanding what those different loads are that were mentioned in the previous slide, so that we can understand what kinds of electrical services are required to deliver those loads, and what is the cost, the economic cost of a consumer using different types of power that are delivered to them in order to meet their load profile. So it's about different loads that they bring to the system, and then also understanding how those different loads create a profile over time, and then ultimately what the choice of generation technology is to meet those loads as they come onto the system, and how the system operator will then be able to dispatch them. But again, the fundamental element of that principle is understanding that demand profile, and making sure that when consumers are consuming the power they use, number one, they are paying for what they use, and number two, they understand what is the cost of their consumption that they bring into, so the prices are then transparent in that regard. And finally, consumer prices. Again, this is the arbiter that has been mentioned before, and basically without merit order dispatch, it becomes very difficult. So that's why we need principle 1 and 2 to understand what it costs to supply, to understand what is needed, and then find that space where the prices flow out of that with the application of the principle of the consumer prices. And again, as has been mentioned, it's all here. This recognizes different loads, different activities have different costs, etc. But importantly, the purpose here is to try and emulate the market. In a good functioning market, price discovery is essentially very marginal price determined, where the last kilowatt to balance the market sets the price. But in an unfunctioning market, we need to look at a proxy for that emulates that market, but at the same time reflects the reality that we're operating in. But it's an important precursor to getting to a market environment over time and in the future. But it allows us to get there with in a measured and pragmatic fashion. And for this one, we've developed the concept of the weighted average tariff, which again will be discussed under the pricing element of that in the methodology. But the key, again, it seeks to bring cost reflectivity both to the consumer, but also to it'll translate into cost reflectivity in terms of compensation to the producer. Thank you. So how does this all come together? Well, these three principles are underlying these 5 steps that we've developed into getting to the 5-step methodology, which will then be applied to setting prices in the South African context. So unbundling of the supply activity of the supply industry. This relates to the various activities which we along the value chain. Some of them we know and are well known, and are generation, transmission, and distribution, where transmission, including the system operator. But more and more, we're seeing trading coming in as well, and trading has its own issues in terms of how it generates the revenue for the investors in trading platforms, etc. But this is the vertical unbundling. There's also going to be a horizontal unbundling. So across each generator will get a tariff, as is already done in the IPP industry, where each generator has a tariff. This is not unusual, but as we move into an unbundled environment, we'll horizontally unbundle all generators. All generators will have to provide their costs, etc., and all generators will then get a tariff. And that's very important, that tariff, because when you get to the pricing, remember that tariff is then what will enable you to be compensated. We got distribution. This will be unbundled horizontally per distributor, and again trading, but importantly, ancillary services will be priced accordingly. In terms of once this unbundling takes place, what do we then need to do? Well, we need to gather and collate all the costs that relate to these different activities in order to be able to understand whether these are prudent, etc. So we will look at regulatory costs, and these are fairly conventional and well known: operating, maintenance, capital costs. You've seen these discussed earlier: levies, taxes, etc. Then there is the important element, which is now starting to become increasingly important in the South African environment, is looking at the capacities, both in terms of design and in terms of what is the actual operating capacity that is behind that design, in terms of shutdowns, etc. So you have a design capacity, but you'll have an operating capacity as well. But it's important in terms of understanding how efficiently these plants are being run. And then, of course, the allocation. All of these costs that we've gathered, we need to allocate them fixed, variable, with output, and others. But this becomes very important in terms of how one then sets tariffs and prices, because fixed and variable can be captured in different elements of a multi-part tariff. Finally, we need to turn this unbundling and the data we've collected into a tariff. And at this stage, largely we'll be using the very conventional revenue requirement methodology. And for that, we would need to and that will be discussed later when we get to the principle 1 and the actual development of those tariffs. So I won't go into detail now. Importantly, it will not be sales-based tariff, it will be capacity-based. So then we have a fixed number that is transparent, and it's locked into the system. There is a capacity that can be achieved. Multi-year, this will be done on a multi-year basis. The tariffs will be set over a period of number of years, which will then provide some predictability. However, there will also be annual reviews, because in some cases, for example, diesel generators for the OCGTs, their prices fluctuate more frequently, and it's important to make sure that prudent, cost-reflective use of diesel is actually compensated properly and in a sustainable manner. And then again, the role of this is the tariffs will be fully cost-reflective. because of this process we've gone through to achieve this understanding of what goes into that tariff. Then we now jump to the demand side of the market. Again, very data intensive what we are going to be doing now, but not impossible at all. I mean, a lot of the data is there. It's just that we have not collected it. Demand data, we need to understand demand profiles. But at the same time, we need to understand why those profiles look the way they do in terms of the competitiveness, affordability, profitability, etc. And understanding how the electricity price impacts on those things. The consumer groups, we will need to engage with the consumer groups to be able to get an understanding of how different consumer groups are responding to not just to price, but what's important is what they need, so that we understand what the impact of price is on their economic activity, as we've outlined earlier. And then we will look at the demand analysis, both in terms of the intrinsic demand and the residual demand. And what do we mean by this? We mean that there is a level of demand that is required for a particular economic activity. But then there is, and that brings a particular load to the system. However, that load can be met by different means. Some of that load will be maybe met by grid supply, and others could be met by off-grid supply. For example, a factory may have a certain amount of supply coming through its point of connection, but also has solar panels to run the office block, for example. Now that load will go off the grid in terms of what's seen by the system operator, but it doesn't go away. And so if there is a failing in that solar for the offices will still need to be run, and they will then go back to the grid, and that demand will come back to the grid. This is, just to point out that this is the one area where which has not traditionally been well catered for, and especially in the South African context, where there's been a strong emphasis on the electricity supply industry. But this is an industry that needs to be balanced, and it's an industry where the demand is actually driving the industry, not the supply. So it becomes critically important to understand this. And finally, the consumer price setting, which we'll go into in much more detail. But again, the essentials of it are that you only pay for what you use. It's underwritten by merit order dispatch and the load types that we've assessed in the demand, and the setting and approved and only set tariffs or approved tariffs that have come through the supply side that we've discussed will actually enable one to be then dispatched by the system operator. It does raise a very important question, though. What if you're not licensed and you don't have a tariff? How do you then get dispatched? And that will be discussed a little more in the price setting, in the principles as we go into them. But going to the next slide, I'm just conscious of time. And here we go to principle 1, and I would like to ask Tilivali and Tekeni to take over from me at this point.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning to our valuable stakeholders. Good morning, colleagues. Perhaps maybe I should just give a video so that you can see who Tilivali is. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I hope you can see me. Good morning to everyone. That's Mr. Ntakeni. So I'm going to be taking you through through principle 1, which is the first principle that we are discussing in the consultation paper. So this principle is mainly about unbundling. Unbundling of activities, unbundling of cost, and the unbundling of tariff. Then to start with, I'm going to talk about the unbundling of activity as reflected in the slide. So what we mean about the unbundling of activity is that the electricity supply industry is disintegrated into various components. And I should believe these are the matters that stakeholders are aware of, that electricity supply industry should be disintegrated or is disintegrated into generation, transmission, distribution, system operation, market operation, trading, and ancillary services. So it is important that those services are clearly and carefully understood or identified within the value chain. And once that is done, then we achieve the concept of activity-based costing. So this is it in terms of unbundling of activity, is identifying activities within the value chain. And that has been captured in detail in the consultation paper. And as I indicated, we believe that stakeholders do understand this concept of unbundling. As we go further, well, we had discussed this matter of unbundling in our previous document, where we had begun to talk about the three principles, and we had referred to it as activity-based costing. The primary aim or the main aim of unbundling is to give effect or to ensure that Section 15(1)(a) is achieved, which states that, and it's a very famous section as well, which is a well-known section, which does state that the regulator must enable an efficient licensee to recover the full cost of its licensed activity, including the reasonable margin. So the point that we are emphasizing here is that the licensee needs to recover their full cost, and that is to satisfy the need or the requirements of Section 15(1)(a). So Mr. Bear had spoken about the vertical and horizontal unbundling. But what we mean, there are three areas that I think we need to emphasize when we talk about the issue around vertical and horizontal unbundling. Firstly, we need to ensure that activities are identified, as I indicated in the previous slide. But we need to go further than that, just to identify activity. We need to go to a level of identifying the sub-activities within the activity, which implies, for instance, that in a generation, there's an activity that has been identified. We will need to identify a sub-activity within the generation, which will be a plant, or which will be at a plant level. The second issue around the unbundling is the issue around the costs which are associated with those sub activities. That those costs need to be identified for that sub activities. And once the cost has been identified for a sub activity, then the cost will have to be converted into a tariff for those individual sub-activity. So that is in a nutshell the unbundling will entail. So what is it that the unbundling will make us to achieve, or licenses to achieve? This will improve competition and ensure that we achieve cost efficiency. And it will also ensure that we have an understanding around the cost across the activities to achieve the efficiency. And will also ensure that licensees recover their full cost and efficient cost that has been incurred in providing the service. And of course, as we indicated, it will ensure that the requirement of 15.1A is achieved, and which will give effect to cost-reflective tariff. The unbundling will also ensure that it doesn't only provide cost-reflective tariff understanding of the cost, but it also helps licensees in decision making. It's also a tool that assists licensees in decision making in terms of allocating the cost in a prudent and efficient manner. If we can move to the next slide. Now then, we have spoke about the unbundling of activities. We have spoke about the costs, and we spoke about that those costs need to be converted into tariff. So you will find in the consultation paper that we are indicating that each business activity within the value chain will have to have its own tariff. And those tariffs will be based, or are proposed to be based, on the fixed cost, variable cost, and ancillary service costs. And this means that the cost that consumer will see now linking to principle 3, which is about consumer pricing. The cost that consumer will see will be the cost that entail the cost that has been incurred throughout the value chain at the generation, transmission, and distribution level, and which we see it as a fair and just practice, because consumer will then pay only for the cost of service that they have received. So the tariff, we see them as to be in terms of the single part, 2-part, or 3-part tariff. That is the possible structure of the tariff within the value chain, either under generation, transmission, or distribution. The structure will either take a format of a single tariff, a 2-part, or a 3-part tariff. And these tariffs are different, or will be different, because there are factors, the factors that drive business activities are different, or are not the same at each point of the value chain. The factors that drive business activity as generation is not the same, the transmission is not the same, then we'll make the tariff to be different. So with regard to transmission tariff, tariffing, there are unique challenges that we had identified in terms of because we had observed that the tariff will be driven by business activities which are unique, and it is also unique for transmission. So whether the tariff should be based on the rent per kilometer, rent per megawatt hour, or rent per MVA, those are the issues that we are raising for stakeholders to look into or to provide us comment on in our consultation paper. So there are unique challenges around the issue of tariffing when it comes to transmission, which we believe stakeholders will also provide their input into. If we can move it to the next slide. So we spoke about the tariffing, the cost, and the activities. Now to data collection templates. I think it is Annexure E of the consultation paper, which details the format of the data that we require from the licensees. So, as you would have seen already, the data encompasses or include financial and non-financial data. For instance, under generation, information that will be required is information regarding the in terms of non-financial data, installed capacity, nominal and usable capacity, the power set out. But in terms of the cost-related information, it will be mostly revenue requirement information, the cost that we will require from licensee. We're talking about cost around the assets operating costs that will be expected from each power station. And then in terms of transmission, we will also require the non-financial data as well, and the financial data. And the financial data is also capital cost and operating cost, which are mainly revenue requirement costs. And for generation and transmission, the cost drivers are mostly classified the same. They are mostly driven by capital cost and operating cost. And when you come to Central Purchasing Agency, which is currently undertaken by the IPP office, the costs will be mostly driven by operating costs and not most of the capital costs. As we continue on the data collection template, what we see is that for the system operator and market operator, their costs are mainly driven by operating costs, such as the labor, the IT, and the communication costs, and less of capital cost, as indicated, or as I've already said it, more of capital costs are seen under transmission and generation. And then with regard to the period, we are saying that the data will be collected and submitted to NESA once every 5 years or a longer, such as the life of the asset, and the data will be reviewed annually. So the information as submitted by licensees will be preferably be audited information, more especially with regard to the previous year information. If we can move to the next slide. So lastly, with regard to the consultation paper, we are saying that this cost will be taking consideration to the revenue requirement methodology, which implies that the globally accepted revenue determination methodology is included or is part of the proposed new methodology. And what does it entail? Firstly, it entails, as we have discussed in the previous slides, the various costs within the various activity in the value chain. It will entail identifying the costs relating to the assets, the costs relating to the taxes, and the costs relating to the expenses. And those costs will then be, that's the first rule, those costs will then be converted into a tariff. Then that is the first layer or the first rule, where the tariff are determined for each activity. So the costs, after the costs have been identified, which is a revenue requirement, then the cost will be converted to the tariff. Then the next level will be converting those costs to the structure, to the tariff structure, converting the rates and the tariff to the structure, which the revenue requirement or the cost are then converted into a tariff structure. And then the last level will be the review of those tariffs once they've been set. The year one will be the setting of the tariff, and then the following year will be where the tariff are being reconsidered, taking into account any changes that may have happened in the line item or in the costs. I think that should be it in terms of the principle one. If I can hand over back to you, Mark. Thank you, Chairperson.
Very good. Hi.
Okay. You're
Yes.
on mute. Please proceed.
Can you hear me? I've unmuted. Oh, okay. Good. Welcome back, and thank you for listening. I'm now going to move on to the principle 2, which underpins the methodology, and the one where I think a lot of debate is taking place, and I think it's an important principle to debate. So, but I think the value will come through the questions and answer session and some of the engagement there. So I'll go through these slides and be as concise and as clear as possible, but really looking forward to the debate that will take place. So the principle behind the underlying rationale behind principle 2 is that because energy has a derived demand, in other words, people buy energy to do something, pricing of energy is very important, and it's what drives behavior changes and is ultimately the arbiter in the market in terms of how people use their energy, in this case, specifically electricity. The important principle that comes out of this is, if we don't understand the demand side properly, we are not going to be able to address issues like grid stability, because grid stability is not simply driven by the supply side, but it's driven by how the load comes onto the system and how it's met. and is a fundamental principle underpinning load shedding. The price and tariffs will be important to contextualize principle 2 firstly, in that it's captured within the law, and it's also captured within the pricing policy as well. So be able to, and it's this finding this right balance between an efficient licensee being able to recover the full cost of its licensed activities, the prudent full costs, I might add, but also being able to give end users the right information regarding what the cost of their consumption imposes on the system. And the Act is very clear in finding this balance. And so therefore, to date, the very strong emphasis on the supply side needs to be counterbalanced with a much improved understanding of the demand side, and not the demand as seen by the system operator. We're talking about demand as going and finding out what people are using their energy for, how they are running their businesses, and how those businesses are affected by electricity supply, pricing, stability, reliability, etc. And that only the consumer of electricity can give you that information. You can surmise it from what you see from the system operator's view, but only the consumer actually can tell you what they're using it for and build up that understanding. And therefore it's important to remember that as why the system we regulate the electricity sector not just because we have licensees and we need to regulate those licensees, but we're also regulating it for the consumers as well. And this means that if we look at some of the objectives of the Act, they are very clear and are such as, ensuring, not it's a strong word, but it's the way it's written, ensure that the interests and needs of present and future customers and users are safeguarded. So there's a very protection concept built into that, and that's in the Act. So this is not new. And so this increased balancing of the role of the regulator and the price setting by paying more attention to the demand side is a very, very critical shift that is happening in terms of the way the methodology will be applied. And many people will have a very supply side view on this because that's the way the industry is run to date. But the industry is changing. And so we need to change the way we price electricity. Next slide. In terms of that, we did have some engagements with Eskom and also from other engagements with other people who are doing work in the electricity sector and trying to understand the demand side. And so consequently, we're going to go through a number of slides here that are the way that the system operator sees the load or sees the demand profile from the system operator's perspective. But in reality, what the system operator is seeing is the residual demand that is on the system. And this residual demand is as a response to the pricing regime as it's employed at the moment, such as time of use tariffs, etc. Now, here's an example of mining, where we know that the South African economy is still dependent on mining and its related activities. A tremendous amount of revenue is earned for the country via the resources sector. But it's about economy. It's also about scale and capacity. So mines want to work as hard as they can for as long as possible without interruption. That's how they get their economics right. And yet here we have a demand profile that seems to suggest that mining fluctuates. But remembering that this is the residual demand that the system operator has seen left on the system. This does not mean that this demand has disappeared. And the evidence of that is that as soon as we've seen this dip, what happens? The demand comes back up again, almost to the level where it was. So that demand did not go away. It was just displaced by, in this case, probably pricing, and then comes back onto the system again, and then gets displaced and then comes back. So this demand profile doesn't suggest that this is the profile that one would expect to see from a mining sector. But again, who am I to say? And who is the system operator to say? The only way we can really find out what this demand profile actually looks like, what types of demand, what types of load form this, how much of this is base load, how much of this is load that only runs during the office hours day to run the offices, etc. And the people who have that information are the players in the sector. So in order to build up a good understanding of the demand, a good understanding of the different types of load and the load profile, we need to talk to the demand side of the electricity industry. That's the only way we can nail this down. Next slide. And again, now, as I said, there are a number of them, these slides. Once again, here we are, we're looking at the industrial demand. And take note again, this is the residual demand profile as seen by the system operator. And again, we see these two rather unusual dips that we believe are in response to time of use tariffs. But again, look at the actual demand. If you take the demand doesn't vanish. It just simply gets displaced. And again, is this the way an industrial sector normally runs? Because if we do have these losses of productivity like this, and we make an assumption that the industry is running at its optimal capacity, this is productivity that is lost forever. We never get it back. If a plant is running at 90%, and that's the maximum it can run, and it drops down to 50% for 2 periods, that loss of 40% of production is gone. They can't get it back. They can't run the plant now at 120% to get that production back. So again, are these realistic demand profiles? And again, this is the residual demand. So what happens during these gaps? And it would be important, again, to go back to the players in the sector, gather that data, understand their demand, understand how they are using power, and whether this profile actually reflects the way they would operate if in an environment where there was a different pricing regime. And then also understand their competitiveness as well. I think that's very important in both of these previous 2 slides, is the impact on competitiveness of the productive sectors. Now we look at the commercial. Again, we're looking at the residual demand. And it would appear that this sector is not responding to price signals. But again, we don't know that. This is what it appears through the lens of the supply side. We need to go and ask the people in and there are breakdowns available in terms of looking at different elements of the commercial load or the commercial demand. There is some work we've done some work on the hospitality sector, for example, which you cannot see here. And the hospitality sector has a pretty stable demand during the day that then drops off during the evenings. But again, we need to go and gather that data from the demand side. Understanding what they are doing goes back to what I was saying earlier, understanding the consumer. So we understand what those load types are, how they build up, and how they build up over the day to understand what the load profile is, so that we can then price the electricity correctly. Now looking at the agricultural response to prices, again, these are the residual demand profiles, and it's not clear here. We can't see from this whether they do respond to, whether the agricultural sector responds to price signals. And also we can't see the different types of agriculture, different sectors of the agriculture. There's a pig farmer might have a very different profile to a maize farmer or a livestock farmer or etc., or a fruit farmer. So again, these are aggregated demand profiles, and we need to, again, as we pointed out earlier, there's a lot of data that needs to be collected to fully understand these demand profiles. Understand why they look the way they do from the supply side, but also understanding what's actually going on behind these graphs with the various sectors. Looking at the residual demand profile, again, this is not unexpected. What we are noticing, though, if you go to Eskom's, if we look at what's happening in the system with station buildup, we're seeing this dip in the day and the steep ramp again up into the evening. What's not clear from these graphs, and again would need to be assessed, is how much of this demand is actually being displaced by renewables, rooftop solars, and small scale embedded generation, etc., etc. But essentially, this profile is driven by these two peaks when the residential demand is which makes sense with people preparing to go to work and then coming back afterwards again. And understanding that residential demand, and of course, it's not surprising that, as you see with the distributors, there's a fairly close correlation, but there's going to be a need to introduce and go over to a lot of we're going to have to see a penetration of smart meters so that we can actually start to understand these demand profiles at a residential level and understand what is driving those demands. What is the key elements? Is it the fridge running 24 hours a day that's picked the most of that demand, or is it actually the cooking and the heating space and water and food heating, etc.? But we'll get that from a smart meter, but they need to be introduced. The traction, the demand profile is a very difficult one to understand, and the devil is in the detail of this. And so it would need a breakdown of going to the different users of electricity in the traction sector to understand how they use electricity, how their electricity is impacted by the fact that even traction itself has a derived demand. People don't buy transport for the sake of it. They're doing something, they're going somewhere, they're moving goods and services, etc. So it'd be very important to understand what is driving the traction sector, rail, etc., to understand why this graph looks the way that it does. But again, going back to the sector and asking them, what is it that's driving it? So I think if one looks at these graphs, what's missing in these graphs is understanding what the different types of load are that those customers are bringing to the grid, and understanding therefore what types of equipment are then used to meet that demand. We've identified at this stage four load types that we think at this stage, which may well end up being refined further as the market becomes more disaggregated and more data can be collected, we can get more specific. But at this stage, we're looking at load 1, which is very constant and often referred to as base load. Semi-constant demand, often referred to as mid-merit or intermediate demand. This would be typically those consumers who pick up demand. They don't use it all day, but they use it pretty constantly during the period that they do. So it would be, for example, businesses that are come on at 8 in the morning and go off at, say, 5, 6 at night and are pretty constant throughout the day, but then they drop off completely. And that the equipment to meet that demand then has to be considered. Then we have these very short and intense demands, load 3, often known as peak load, that we do, and we've seen how those peak at different times of the day, and largely in terms of the system, mostly in the evenings. But what makes up that load? And that is where the data is required to understand how that load is made up at a peak. And finally, we have load 4. And this is the most unpredictable load of all. It's emergency. It's when all else has failed. There's somebody sitting there waiting to switch on and supply power at very, very short notice. It's an insurance concept in a way that says that you've got people who are paid to wait for their need for them to be dispatched. And that might be 5 times a year. And therefore they get compensated for their investment for those 5 times a year. But again, you might have a split tariff there in terms of understanding the fixed and variable costs and how that affects very low utilization. Another key element I've alluded to is why we need to go and ask the demand side, and why we need to collaborate with them to do that, is we need to understand what electricity prices mean to different types of consumers in terms of affordability, profitability, competitiveness. These are all well-known terms, but they all affect people differently. But we can't make an assumption about the affordability or the profitability or competitiveness of an electricity price simply looking at what the residual load on a system looks like from a system operator's perspective. We need to go and ask those users, and that's where the demand side, and it's fully a responsibility of a regulator setting prices to actually understand that flip side of the energy industry coin. We also need to, and based on discussions around these key elements, we also then need to start to understand then what consumers are doing, how they are making their decisions. In some cases, maybe very sophisticated modeling, as alluded to earlier, with say, for example, a smelter that is monitoring every day commodity price, electricity price, etc., and making a decision as to whether to smelt or not, or whether they will make more money just exporting raw material. Down to the household that is unlikely to have very fancy models, but makes decisions based on discretionary income, etc., etc. But again, going and understanding how those decisions are made. Finally, we want to look at the load profiles. And the load profile has two important elements. It's the understanding the different types of load at any given point in time. So, for example, it's, if one looks at a household, if you're looking at 7 a.m. in the morning, how much of that load is just the fridge? How much of that load is the water boiling? How much of that load is coming from the geysers? And then understanding how that changes over time to get a load profile for the day, and understanding where those peaks of demand are and what impact that has on the system operator being able to call up the various types of supply to meet that. And then of course, understanding that how then consumers manage these load types. And that talks to the price signal that we've made a mention of. Next slide. Thank you. And finally, I'm going to hand back to Mr. Gomede to discuss Principle 3. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. I think, as been presented by both Tilivali and Mark, Principle 1 is about how you set those tariffs. And I must stress, previously, NESA has regulated Eskom's revenue, determined NESA's Eskom's revenue. But the Act has always called for regulation of tariffs and charges and prices. So, and with the unbundling of Eskom and the greater participation by the private sector and so forth, and also just transmission company, for instance, having its own tariff, and also distribution having its own tariff, that has become untenable. But Principle 1 has largely been about how do you set those tariffs, the data that you require, the methodology, and the use of capacity rather than sales to translate those costs into a tariff, as it is done at the moment for all of the renewable IPPs, all of them without fail. It's only been Eskom that has not had individual tariffs, but all IPPs, whether they have 20, whether Scatec, for instance, has got 5 different sites or how many sites they have, each of those sites have got individual tariffs. Now the question is, why is that never applied to an Eskom? And also you need to have transmission to have its tariff, and you need to then have distribution to have its tariff. But distribution has got trading and has also got the wires business, the separation of the two. But that's good and well. But now, how does it translate into what I as a consumer pay? And there are legal principles here on this one as well, that principles that underpin this. The first one, as Mark has indicated, is about giving end users proper information regarding costs that their consumption imposes on the licenses business, with a view that if you understand those costs, you can do something about it. But it also communicates something that says, if I'm being penalized for something that I have absolutely no control on because I do not impose those costs, why should I be penalized for it? Consumer prices provide for or prescribed incentives for continued improvements. That's an important part. But the whole point here is that we need to strike a balance between the interests of customers and those of the supply industry. question is, have we been doing that? Well, in fact, when we have, every time when we have public hearings as NERSA, we sit there and listen to consumers talking about how unaffordable, how this, and we sit there and we say, but there is very little that we can do about that information because, in fact, what we've been regulating is Eskom's revenue. If Eskom presents revenue, and we believe that that revenue is prudent, well, the costs that are underpinning that revenue requirement are prudent, we grant that. But how that translates into whether particular households can afford that, how in terms of their income, we've never really looked at that. It's been difficult. We may have looked at it, but it's been difficult to incorporate in our decision making. The question is there a way that we could do that? Now, as Mark has also indicated, we're not discussing this, that Principle 3 is really, it's a way, what we are trying to do is to emulate what the market would do in setting the tariff, in setting consumer prices. We do know that once the market is operating, a marginal pricing principle would basically be the one that would be used by the market to actually set a consumer price for each hour of the day. Now, and of course, there will also be bilateral contracts that will underpin that. So, and there will also be other costs that come into it, balancing prices for those people that may not have bought enough, and they need to then balance their portfolio in terms of the energy requirements versus what they actually purchased. So it's those things, but we don't have it at the moment. So then, how then do we set consumer prices? Well, the easy part is that in terms of the value chain, you just sum up all of the tariffs for each part of the value chain that each customer is responsible for. So, for instance, if we've got customers that buy at transmission level, why do you charge them for distribution costs? If you've got customers that are even at transmission level that are buying at high voltage, why do you impose on them surcharges in terms of that surcharges that are due to customers that are buying at lower transmission voltages, medium or low voltage? Because those come with additional costs. So when we set the tariff, the transmission tariff will hopefully be able to differentiate. So the applicant, the national transmission company, would need to apply and say, these are the costs that are generic, need to be paid by everybody that is grid connected. However, there may be surcharges, specific costs that are due to people that buy at medium level, at medium voltage, low voltage, or whatever. And also, the issue which was not discussed earlier properly is the issue of distance base in terms of transmission, for instance, something that needs to be considered. Whether are we still going to have a transmission tariff that is distance based? Because back in the days, I guess we actually had transmission because generation was one part of the country, and consumption was away from that, from Mpumalanga. The world has changed. Generation now is dispersed from everywhere. So the question that then will then arise is that at the transmission level, are you going to have a distance-based transmission tariff, or a unitary transmission tariff plus surcharges that take into account regional specificities, and also surcharges that take into account whether somebody buys at high voltage, medium voltage, or low voltage level. So those are the kind of things, but that's still on the tariff side. What we're then saying is that for a consumer groups would then need to then say, for this consumer group, Yes, there's generation involved, but the question is, even in terms of the generation, is that, as Mark was indicating, is it just load one, which is just base load? Or in terms of generation, do they have all three loads? Or in terms of generation, do they only use the grid as backup? So if somebody that uses the grid as backup, clearly its load level it's in terms of our definition is load 4. By the way, these are definitional issues. English being English, sometimes it always helps to actually define what we mean, because we can be lost in translation. Load will mean different things to different people, but for the purposes of this particular pricing system, we've defined load in a particular way. And all we're simply saying is that for a particular customer that just, for instance, uses the grid only as backup, then clearly there must be a tariff, a generation tariff, maybe even ancillary services that are specific to that customer. So the whole point, though, is that in terms of principle 3, is about how then do we translate the tariffs into fair consumer prices. So as I've indicated, is that ideally, the first one, the easy one, is summing up all of the tariffs. But the question then arises, when it comes to generation, what would be the appropriate tariff that you charge for each of the customers? We then had, as indicated, it's about loads. And secondly, for each of the loads, we then say there would be generators that have been dispatched in merit order to meet that load, and you calculate a weighted average cost of that, a weighted average cost of that load for that load, and you come up with a tariff, a weighted average load tariff. And we're saying that could be reviewed quarterly or monthly. We will see as time goes on, but that should then be to make sure that the consumers only pay for the services that they are actually enjoying. In terms of the formula, it's very simple, as we then indicated. So basically for the consumer will just see the appropriate weighted average. So for each of the load, they will have a tariff plus network charges, as well as any other surcharges that may be applicable to that particular consumer, plus ancillary services, systems operator, CPA. Once the CPA has been promulgated, if at this stage it is still, and the number is still 0, it will stay at 0, including what we have as a concept of renewable IPP levels, which I'll talk to a little bit, plus distribution, which is the wires part of distribution, plus the trading part, which would be the actual trading, the actual sale of electricity, with all of the costs that are associated with that. And we would like to then see a separation of, at the moment, municipal charges are not separate. The municipal surcharges are not separate in terms of price, they're not visible. And of course, any other, if there are subsidies paid or subsidies received, those would then be explicit in terms of for each of the consumer. This is how we propose the consumer price to be determined. So the issue here, the important issue is that generators will need to be dispatched on merit order. I don't think anybody would actually dispute that. That is a globally accepted manner in which generators need to be. And therefore, that's why actually it's important to have an independent systems and market operator, because you can't have an operator that prefers certain generators as opposed to others. So that is the first thing. And the issue here, though, is that only generators that have been dispatched will be compensated. And that is for both active power and also for ancillary services, for provision of ancillary services. Now, what does that mean? It means if a generator, because it in terms of merit order, that generator is too expensive and cannot be dispatched to either provide ancillary services or to provide active power, that generator will not earn an income. I don't know whether anybody would think that is unfair, whether that is unfair, in the sense that why would you want consumers to be paying for a generator that is not working? And the beauty with this also is that if the generator is only available 20% of the time, or is dispatched 20% of the time, based on its tariff, it will only earn income 20% of the time. So that is in essence what this principle, what the underpinning principle of the consumer prices in respect of generation would be. Now, the next issue that is indicated by Mark, generators is only generators that are dispatched, and the dispatch would be based on a tariff that is set or approved by the regulator. Now, it does then raise an issue where if there is no tariff that has been raised by, if every generator does not have a tariff, especially, generators that like embedded generators, registered generators, then how do they get dispatched? So that is a policy question that still needs to be addressed. And whether do generators need to be licensed to actually get a regulator tariff for them, therefore, for them to be able to participate. Now, because of the merit order dispatch, it is possible that you have, in terms of the REAP, coming out of the REAP program, is that we may have generators that, we may have power purchase agreements that have placed a lot of, which have placed an obligation on the single buyer to pay at that particular, to pay as long as that generator has produced. However, because if, for instance, you have a generator whose tariff is 4 rand per kilowatt hour, and yet you've got generators who are sitting at 37 cents per kilowatt hour or 40 cents per kilowatt, whatever that number might be, it would be unfair to then say somebody, well, it will breach this concept of merit order dispatch. So you can't dispatch a 4 rand per kilowatt hour generator before you dispatch a cheaper generator. So how then do we deal with this obligation that come with these REAP PPAs? So we're suggesting a levy that will compensate for that, and to go into detail on that in the concept paper. So that is that legacy REAP PPA levy. That's what we make. That's what we are referring to there. We are hoping that with greater transparency, we'll be able to then do even more frequent quarterly price reviews. It does not mean that the consumer prices themselves may change necessarily on a quarterly basis. We can run a slate account such that it is quite clear during the year where the price of electricity is going, because as those changes come in terms of tariffs, clearly that will then be captured into a slate account and communicated accordingly. We are hoping that, however, from year 2 going forward, we might be able to then effect these quarterly price reviews. Now, I won't, I've spoken to this. This just indicates the formula that we use to calculate the weighted average, and what we use to calculate what we use to calculate the weighted average tariff for each load, which is, as it is, it's just exactly what it is. It's a sum total of the tariff times amount of power that is dispatched from that plant, divided by the total power that was which was dispatched. That gives basically the tariff for each of those loads, and that's the tariff that will then appear for each. It will appear for each of the consumers or only for the loads that they are responsible for. And then clearly, we've indicated municipal charges. We're hoping that the surcharges that are imposed by the Constitution and the Municipal Systems Act, which are deemed to be a tax, that there would be clearly defined about some number that would come from council. It's not something that NERSA would actually regulate, but those would be clear in terms of each of the customer prices, what those surcharges are, whether they are zero or whatever the number might be, and also subsidies as well. Now, the reason why Principle 2 is that what we are then saying is that there are tariffs that are calculated in terms of Principle 1. Then all of those tariffs, consumers pay for the cost that they are responsible for. We actually determine a tariff, a consumer price. However, knowing what the affordability is in terms of Principle 2, if, for instance, let me just take an example of a residential customer who might say they are actually consuming their load is that is load profile 1 and 3, for instance, and therefore the weighted their price, their overall price that they're gonna need to pay for electricity, say R2.50 per kilowatt hour. But in terms of their affordability, they can only afford R1. So there is a gap of R1.50 that needs to be properly identified and paid for by an appropriate agency. Now, the affordability part is determined from Principle 2. The consumer price itself is a true reflection of the cost associated with delivering a service to that consumer group. So that's what why the importance, or one of the reasons in terms of why the Principle 2 is about understanding what the consumer can afford versus what the price, what the actual cost reflective price in terms of the cost that they are imposing on the system, what their price should be. You need to understand what they can afford, and the difference will then have to be provided for, either by other consumers in the group. So some consumer groups may contribute towards that service, but even that would be clear. If that's if it's a subsidy that any consumer group is paying, it must be visible in their consumer prices. And if it's a subsidy that a particular consumer group is receiving, it must also be clear as well. So that's what this part is about. So in conclusion, apologies, we've taken a long time. In conclusion, what we are then saying is that, firstly, we have moved from determining revenues for Eskom because it is firstly impractical for an unbundled sector to determine revenues for one utility, who then becomes, the utility takes all the risks because everybody else, that's a single buyer, everybody else basically put their risks as a cost to this entity. While for a bundled industry, perhaps that might be possible, but for an unbundled industry, it's not going to be possible. That's number one. Number two, we're moving away from revenue, we're moving into tariff setting. So we make sure that the supplier tariffs are cost reflective, and that in respect of generators that they are dispatched on a merit order basis. But we move to a concept that says consumers should only pay for the services that they are consuming. Linked to that, therefore, is that only generators that actually generate power will be paid. So this is intended such that in terms of regulation, they intended to balance the interest of the suppliers, cost reflective tariffs, but also the interest to balance that with the interest of consumers to protect consumers from price gouging, especially during period of supply shortage. You need to promote access. If you don't qualify, you need to have a qualifying tariff as a generator to participate, which means if you don't dispatch any, if there is no power that's dispatched from a particular generator, there is no compensation. I would like to believe that is fair. But the beauty with this also is that it introduces efficiencies. That if a generator's tariffs are too high, then it will not be dispatched, and therefore there won't be any income. So it promotes efficiencies in this. And in all of this, we are trying to prepare the industry for the long-term market pricing function. We thank you. We've taken a bit longer than we thought we would, but can I then request, according to my clock, we are sitting, we are at 11:21. Can I request that we take a break and start again at 11:30 and open up the session now for questions and comments? Thank you. Thank you. We'll see each other at 11:30. And please prepare your questions. Thank you. It is 11:30. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the session and to open it up for questions. If I could be assisted, I think Mark, Wiswa, Takeni, if just identifying what the questions might be, and be assisted also in terms of responding to the questions. But can I, maybe by show of hands, see if there are any questions? Thank you. I see the first hand is Heini Nell. If you can shoot.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters. I suppose we have, all of us have a very long list of questions and comments. I just want to check with you as the Chairperson. I think the questions and the comments are going to come in at so many different levels. Some of them are going to be very detailed in price determinations and methodologies, but some of the questions are going to be at a very high strategic level. So I'm going to just ask one or two. I've got many questions, but I just want to start off with the first one, and this is now at the strategic level.
Maybe can I guide a little bit, and thanks for actually indicating this, and it's a fair comment. Remembering that we will still request that you still submit your detailed comments to the consultation paper. Today was really just about saying, let's explain our thinking, let's explain the terms, and so forth. So if we could stick with the high-level strategic questions, I think that would be very useful. But we'll still then request that once now we've explained this, perhaps it might assist you in actually formulating your proper questions or rather your proper comments to the consultation paper. But that's what I thought. Maybe, yeah. I'm glad you've raised the issue. So let's try to stick to the strategic questions. Thank you. We can proceed, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'm going to ask them. I won't hog, but I'll just ask one or two at this stage. The first one is: we are in a evolving situation with so many things in the whole energy and electricity sector, and you'll see that I also differentiate between the electricity and the energy. So the first question is, with the different pieces of this evolution still in we've got an ERA comments that we've put on amendments on the ERA. We've got an electricity pricing policy, the EPP, and now we've got the electricity price determination methodology. These are all very valuable and good pieces of work being done in individual sections, and I trust that you as we've heard with the ERA and the EPP, that there have been consultations. But it seems to be that there is an opportunity to stand back at this stage and look at what we anticipate the future is going to look like. A lot of these documents, the regulations, the ERA, the EPP, and now the EPDM is very significantly feels like it's still focused on what we saw in the past and a structure of an industry. You talk so much about demand and that you will go out to the consumers and so forth. So that is all good to know from historical basis. But the one thing we know is that the future is going to be very different. So just one example there is that if we have, for instance, if we pursue what is looking like a very good economic opportunity around hydrogen, the whole electricity market in South Africa and the demand patterns in South Africa is going to change significantly. So the economic structure of South Africa might change and has to change anyway. So I'm really saying about we can look at the history and we can look at the current situation, but if we stand back from this, there seems to be still a challenge around the future situation. And then second question is around this is the word that Prof. Eberhard always used is digest. So there's a lot of regulation. There seems to be an attempt to regulate to the nth degree, and whether there's an opportunity to look at minimum regulation. So what in the future will be the minimum regulation? Because the attempts that you're making to gather data right down to a consumer level is going to be very onerous. It's going to take a lot of time, and we have to act very quickly. So that is a second one. And then the third one I just want to ask about is the concept of a single buyer. And the single buyer that's based on historically a monopolistic, vertically integrated and a monopolistic one, electricity supply dominated by Eskom. The single buyer concept, we have to review. It is the one that seems to be coming through the ERA and the electricity pricing policy, and now in the price determination methodology. And it's an attempt to say that there should be, I don't know who's going to decide when we have a functional market, a price discovery, and when it's fully functional. All of those definitions are the interpretation. It's very subjective. But what I do want to note at this stage is that we already in South Africa have a modified single buyer system. There's already price discovery going on by many different IPPs, the 100 megawatt, mining, etc., etc. The price discovery is happening. If you go and look historically and you go through this whole exercise, the market is going to run away with us, because the price discovery is already happening. So a lot of the market pricing that you're trying to anticipate and regulate will be happening anyway. And consumers are going to decide on what they see in the market. So the clearest example of that is mining, and the way that mining is they're putting up their own plants. Metropolitan municipalities are already discovering prices by going out on IPPs, notably City of Ekurhuleni and City of Cape Town, and we're working with municipalities, local municipalities as well. So that price discovery is already happening. So I think what I'm proposing is we have to acknowledge, we have to stand back from this regulation, and we have to try and get that modified single buyer. It is there. It is already happening. And I think we're going to all be running behind this market pricing discovery with a very intensive, a very ambitious plan to try and find out what consumers want. Consumers are going to tell you what they want, and they're already leaving the single buyer system. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand from Trevor Dudley. I don't know if you would want us to first respond, and then we'll. Johanny, your hand is up again, sir.
Apologies, I'm trying to get it down.
Oh, okay. It was down, and it came up again. All right. No, thank you. Dr. Trevor Dudley, do you want to maybe add your questions, or would you rather we respond to these first and then?
Good morning, panel and all the guests here. Let me park my question to the panel here, and then maybe it will be answered with Heine's comments, if that's okay with the commissioner. It's a very high-level, simple question. Throughout the presentation, I heard that it is more price-orientated. Dispatch will be price-orientated, which is a conjecture that the comment that comes in here, I'm trying to understand if you go by pricing for dispatch, Mr. Bear said earlier on, by the lowest price they will dispatch. I'm concerned that what if the dispatch, the power that's coming in, is unreliable or intermittent? What happens then? Because is there a mechanism to determine the reliability of the power coming in? One cannot always go by the cheapest. That's the first observation. The second one is, what if that cheapest power that's coming in, generation is coming in, falls off the system? To be realistic, the wind stops blowing, or it becomes overcast, or it's 6 p.m. at night, or batteries 100 megawatt hour battery can only produce power 100 megawatts for 1 hour. And then after that, they need to be charged up. What happens then? Is there compensation or are there penalties? I know overseas on the energy stock market, they compacted to supply power at certain hours, certain time, certain price. And if they're a minute out or seconds out, they are heavily penalized and companies can go bankrupt through that efficient system. So if you can comment on that. And the third comment here, internationally, grid systems, one direct system, as Mr. Heine mentioned, the South African grid interconnected with the South African power pool, it's a robust elasticity spinning generation. And we know from engineering, only 30% of renewables will be allowed on any system. If you go beyond that, your reactive power plays a challenge on the system. And NERSA falls under DMRE. ESCOM Control Center, Grid Control Center falls under DPE. Who's in charge here? Because Control Center manages the grid and NERSA manages the pricing. And yes, it's two government departments. And just help us here in going into the future. Should there not be synergy? Because if ESCOM Control Center says, I need to bring in Medupi or Kosili at this time, it's spinning reserve, and NERSA says, no, we want cheaper power somewhere else from the Cape area, wind power. What happens then? Do we have a long 1 hour discussion while the country needs power? Or do we just go ahead? Over to you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your questions. Then I'll ask my colleagues to assist. But can I start? And I think for me, if I can start, it seems that we failed to communicate exactly what we are trying to do, and I will explain it this way. That says and I'm going to start with this issue of dispatch and the price discoveries and what have you. Is that Mr. Nel is correct? The bilaterals are happening. The mines are developing. They're getting their own power produced, and they're buying that power. And clearly, they can sign contracts that allow for power producers to actually produce, because there are PPAs. Perhaps some of those mines might be the mines themselves might be the PPAs are actually very bankable documents. And those PPAs are predicated on willing buyer, willing seller prices that then emerge. We understand that part. We also understand that consumers themselves are some of those consumers are producers. They produce electricity, so they make particular decisions based on the price that they see in electricity and say that it makes more sense for me to make my own electricity. And in fact, having made my own electricity, I might be able to make more, and I want to evacuate it, sell somewhere. And that's where the challenge is. That then says, if we are producing for own use, brilliant. If there are bilateral relationships that you have with whoever, brilliant. In fact, the regulator has absolutely no say in there, except that's why those items are actually registered, just so that we know who's producing what power, and yeah, even if it's for own use or for sale to somebody else, it's just for information, because we've got a common grid. Because some of that power might need to be wheeled on the system. So there are lots of technical issues that need to be considered. But it's really just for information. And of course, as long as somebody has to be in compliance with the grid code, because it's a shared infrastructure, therefore you need to comply with the grid code. So what we're saying is that is not the issue. The regulator does not get involved in the pricing on those issues. Now, coming to this, This is only about pricing. And the reason why we shared that slide with Mark, Mark shared that slide that says the regulator is not just responsible for pricing. We are responsible for all sorts of things. What we're saying is that at the moment, there is a pricing system that was predicated on a unitary, on a bundled industry. The industry is unbundling. So the question is, should the regulator continue trying to determine Eskom's revenue, which is what the current methodology is about, determination of Eskom's revenue? Should Eskom be the one, because for only way for that system to then work is that people need to be, the system of Eskom being a single buyer is central to that revenue determination methodology. That the only way that an IPP recoups, unless it is selling directly via bilateral, which is, as I'm saying, that's great, that's catered for. The regulator does not get involved with that. But if an IPP is producing for sale to other consumers other than its own bilateral customers, the question is, how does it recover its revenue? Now, the only way that it recovers at the moment is that there's the PPA and Eskom is obliged to actually pay for energy that's produced, deemed energy or whatever energy is, it's obliged to pay for that. But then Eskom then needs to recover that somewhere else, which is the one, then it becomes, as I indicated earlier, it becomes an operating and maintenance and OMM cost as far as Eskom is concerned, because they purchase the power. Now, is this where we're wanting to stay? Is this optimal? So the question that is asked here is that if what we are saying is that over and above the bilateral contracts, how does a generator then sell to Mr. Joe Soap? Can they just sell at any price they want? And how do they get dispatched? Because we've got a common infrastructure, so somebody has to dispatch them. So how do they get dispatched? And hence, the focus then says globally in terms of dispatch. Globally in terms of dispatch. The dispatch is predicated on a merit order system. And that will apply whether you are running a node pool, the power that is sold into the power pool is on the basis of but the merit order system there is people bid, the producers bid prices, but we don't have that system at the moment. So before we have that system of producers bidding, what is it that we can do to emulate this? This is what this methodology is about. It recognizes the fact that there are other producers other than an Eskom, and Eskom would have themselves been able to dispatch plants on an internal merit order system that the cheapest plants are the ones that go in first and the most expensive are the ones that go in last. Now, this system that we're producing is no different. Now, I guess what I'm saying is that perhaps what we're missing is that we're forgetting that this is not just the only project that, or the only intervention that NESA has, but it's one of many. But this is about how do you price? Do we wait and continue with the past, with all of the things that have been happening with the past? Or do we change in recognition of the changing, of the evolving system? With an understanding that the pricing system itself will evolve with time as the things change. It must be written such that it must be in a manner such that it can be accommodating of the changes that might be. So that's where and for me that's a philosophical response. But I don't know if my colleagues would want to add to what I've just said as a starting point and maybe respond to that to the detailed questions that have been asked by the two colleagues. Mark, Chile. This is a philosophical one at that stage. I'm not sure if colleagues want to add. Mark, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed this at length at different times. So I think this example of the Noord pool and how price discovery happens is a very useful conceptual framework. But recognizing one important difference: it's a functioning market, and we don't have a functioning market. So I think this idea of saying, what can we do? What proxies have we got for that? The offers, for example. Well, that's where we're talking about the tariffs, etc. So I think, but what I like about the approach we are taking is that in many markets, what happens is they teeter on the edge of going from regulation into a market and eventually take the leap and hope that everything goes according to plan and that they catch unintended consequences in time. Whereas what I think about this approach is that because it's a hybrid, it means that one can actually start tweaking things as one goes over time and dealing with unintended consequences, and don't wait for don't wait for failures in the market and end up with a very disastrous situation, because there is still this measured level of regulation involved. Secondly, I think that I know that we've had to learn a lot from the past. And I think the biggest danger in a situation like today is that we've presented what we believe is an answer to deal with some of the issues, and then there's a real risk of being very defensive then and defending that. And I think that what you're asking is useful, because it's a more philosophical and understanding. And I think that for me, it's without going into more detail, because I don't think it's an issue of defending a position. We have a methodology, we put it out there, and we are saying to people, tell us what you think. Yes, and there are people who will have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo or using methodologies and approaches that are part of the status quo, and they're entitled to do that. But I think the value is in the diversity of input that we get. And I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Maybe can I then respond directly to Dr. Trevor Dudley here? That maybe again it's a communication issue. We fail to communicate. The dispatch. It's not that what we are saying in our pricing, NERSA will tell the systems operator what to dispatch. What we are simply saying is that in the dispatch, it must be predicated on something that protects the investors, promotes efficiency, but in the main also protects the consumer. But the pricing would be what we're saying would be as a result of the power that has been dispatched. So the systems operator will provide information on a quarterly basis and say, these are the plants that were dispatched. Clearly in the order, in their merit order, these are the plants that were dispatched, and this is the power that are purchased from them. Having considered the two, therefore, there will therefore be, they'll say, this is their tariff, this is how much power I bought from them, therefore, this revenue is due to them. This is the tariff for transmission. This is the amount of power that was transmitted. This is what is revenue that is due to the transmission company. So the revenue becomes as a result of what has been dispatched, what has been transmitted, what has been distributed. And then you calculate and say, this is the revenue. This was the power that was dispatched. You come up with a number that, whether it's a one-part or two-part tariff, you come up with a number that then indicates what the tariff should be that is payable by those consumers that are consuming that power. So it's not like NERSA. So when you're talking about reliability, it does not become an issue, Dr. Dudley, because we've been looking at the power that was dispatched, and using the power that was dispatched, you then calculate So it's not the regulator telling. The only thing that the regulator would then say is that please dispatch in terms of merit order, as it is done globally. And that is to protect the consumer. For bilateral contracts, the regulator does not get involved at all. I'm not sure if that answers at a philosophical level. I think that's where we may have miscommunicated. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Now, I'm not sure if it makes sense to you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, no, definitely. This is why it's so appreciated that this is a consultation. So again, when we present options, it is in the spirit of consultation, and it is also in the spirit of saying that we are in a evolving and changing circumstances, and I actually want to just make the second set of questions then is around whether we have allowed enough time. I know that we are always under pressure, but I do take note of your ambition to put out a new methodology by September, and I think our concern is around whether such a timescale is achievable for the complexity and the interlinkages that there are at this stage between, for instance, a changing ERA amendments and uncertainties around what exactly the form of the TSO, by the way, it's not called an ITSMO in the ERA amendments, it's called a TSO, transmission system operator, that then fulfills all of the functions and so forth. But that we are in a system of flux where our concern would be around whether a new pricing methodology in the short space of time, and this is the first consultation that we have after the other ones, and with the ERA hanging and with the electricity pricing policy hanging, whether we are allowing enough time to ensure that stability and reliability and dependability of pricing in the market. Because certainly often a lot of these MYPD discussions and regulatory clearing account discussions are around that regulated asset base and the calculation thereof. And currently that is a bone of contention, because if the first test for a prudent and efficient operator, which is our 80% of our supply, is still with Eskom generation. So we need to separate that out. Eskom generation and what has been happening in Eskom is whether that can be used as a prudent and efficient operation at all. That's why I made the comment. I mean, in the last 3 years, the electricity availability factor has dropped another 8%. In the IRP, it's at 75%. It's the long-term planning is made at 75%, but it's dropping and dropping, and every year we have more and more load shedding. So I would say that under the current circumstances, to test anything on efficiency and prudency is very difficult, if not impossible. And hence why, if there's pricing, if there's allowance for a longer time to settle, let's say another year, to settle an ERA, to settle the electricity pricing policy, and to settle a pricing determination methodology, perhaps there's an interim way of signaling to the market that some or other CPI linked, and I know that you're going to go back to the law and your your obligations there according to that, but I think we've got to bring in some reality. So it's around those questions, whether we do allow enough time for this consultation and to try and get some experimentation doing. I mean, at this stage, like I say, the single buyer and the modified single buyer, as it's currently as a central purchasing agency, that is a concern. It doesn't allow for the distribution market, such as municipalities, to also pool their buying, for instance, to become buyers independently of the central purchasing agency. But I don't want to make it too complicated. I think what we're saying at this stage is, do we allow enough time, and is there another mechanism to signal to the market price stability, price predictability, and to allow for longer term plans to work through?
Thank you. can I then maybe take 2 further questions and then we can respond or comments? Vali, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to piggyback on the comments made by Annie Nell and Dr. Dudley, and come from a slightly different angle, and especially as someone who's come from the operating environment at Eskom for many years. I think it may not be easy to believe, but when it comes to maintenance and system control, you cannot get a better comparison case study than Eskom. Eskom was one of the top 5 utilities in the world until recently. When I say recently, it's about 20 years ago, because Eskom was created in 1923. So here you have a massive utility, top 5 in the world, by many standards, that's come down to a status where we are now in a crisis situation. So when it comes down to maintenance, at Eskom, we were at 90.73, 90% availability, 7% planned outage, and 3% forced outage. And we're now, what, 55, 25, and balance the rest. So you can't get a better case study than why it's come down, and Eskom has got those stats available, right? And we know the reasons for that. So in terms of comparison data, I think we've got good data. I think there's no other utility in the world that went down on a downward trajectory that fast than Eskom, and we know the reasons for that. So when you get to Eskom system control, Eskom system control, I would argue, is one of the best in the world, even up to today, because it's one of the system controls that's so competent that we don't have a blackout just yet. In other words, they are managing the grid, albeit with all of the load shedding, which is not acceptable. But load shedding is an excellent technical grid management system, because if you don't manage it to that level, we would have long gone into a blackout situation and all the consequences that come with it, right? So that's why we always say we are in a crisis, we are almost in an emergency, but we're not yet in a disaster situation. So Eskom system control, and some of us interact with them on a daily basis, are excellent in that consideration, and that's leads me on to what Dr. Dudley's last comment. Dr. Dudley, the DPE and DMRE debate doesn't come in here. When you get into that situation, NESA has that final regulatory function, but when we get into a crisis situation, the system control is there to, as you know, milliseconds, balance supply and demand. And if they need to do that, they will take the action. So this aspect of base load, merit order, and peaking, when it comes to that decision between blackout and load shedding, and etc., Eskom national control and the local control will take that decision. And the merit order may lead or may be in an order that you may not get the good pricing call-ups along that value chain, or making sense. So from a national system control, it's excellent. They're doing a fantastic job in the current difficult situation that Eskom finds itself in. And that leads me on to my second comment and question is the one that Aini made, where the comment about let the market run. And I know we're going into an evolving market situation, right? We're probably going to have an ISBO, not probably, we're going to have an ISBO, and then we're going to have a market model put on the table. Arguably, the Munichs may find it difficult to play in that market. But, Mr. Regulator, I would argue that we cannot let the market run with the pricing. And here we've got examples from so-called sophisticated economies, vis-a-vis Australia and the USA. In the year 2000, we had run on prices, the Californian situation. And recently, a few weeks ago, we had a run on prices in Australia. Sophisticated economies, best market models. And what happened? The regulator decisively stepped in and took over the market. So for me, in this evolving market strategy and the pricing methodology and all of that, the regulator has to step in decisively, almost like the system control guy, where he prevents a blackout by going into load shedding. It's still not the best case. Because in the Australian case, can you imagine if the regulator had not stepped in timelessly and decisively? The common end user, Joe Soap, would have been paid prices that went through the roof. They did pay for, let's say, a couple of days, but the regulator stepped in decisively, instantaneously, took over the market and kept the prices, right? So whether we have a single buyer market or whatever market model, the regulator has to play its role decisively. Otherwise, even with the best evolving markets, people will be innovative, and sometimes the conditions on the ground will dictate how the system operator plays. He may have to be forced, based on simple economics 101, supply demand situation, to bring on expensive generators. Is that the best for the end user? And this is where the regulator has to play its role. So I just thought, let me make that comment so that we don't lose that as we evolve the methodology and the market. Thank you, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you. Antoinette, can we take your questions then, and then we can then respond?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. We couldn't hear you earlier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Committee and everybody. I just want to find out, when do you plan to implement? I know you say you want to publish the finalized methodology by September, but when do you plan to implement at Eskom level and at municipal level? And then do you plan to do some impact modeling or pilot programs before full implementation? And the final question, do you anticipate a large meter replacement will be required before successful implementation on all levels? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your questions. Meter replacement, okay. And my colleagues would assist with the response. Can I start with the fundamental question? I think that's in my mind. It's still. I think that this is what we will request the stakeholders to come back to us and tell us. This issue of have we allowed enough time? What's even worse, we've got the Electricity Regulation Act is being amended. There is the electricity pricing policy that's also being changed and so forth. Are we allowing enough time? Are we putting too much pressure? The question is, do we have liberty of time? And I'm just going to give my views here. And I think the numbers that I thought I presented earlier would speak for themselves, but let me put my views here. The first one is that I don't think it's anybody's, whether people would disagree that we've got a utility which is in a utility death spiral. It's going to ask for more tariff increases, and it's going to lose more sales. And you're going to have the good customers, paying customers that can afford to put up their own supply. They're going to shift and provide their own supply. And if we don't change the pricing system, they're going to use the grid as backup. So the poor, who would be facing increasing tariffs would have to provide backup to those people that can afford to go off grid. And the higher the tariffs become, the greater the incentive for people who can afford to go off grid, and they do. Now, that leads to further losses for the utility, and that it has to come back again and ask for a higher tariffs to be able to pay for its costs, and so forth and so forth. That is a reality. Do we have liberty of time of not trying to change a system, the pricing system, that may seek to achieve that? That's the first question. The second question might be, and again, it's a pity because consumers don't always speak in these platforms, but we are engaging with a group, for instance, that we all know they are operating, they've got plants dotted all over in Mpumalanga and in Northwest and places, people that employ significant amount of individuals, people that have got supply chains that themselves employ a lot of people, and they happen to also operate in those rural towns that ordinarily don't see much activity. Unfortunately, a lot of their plants have been mothballed. A lot of their plants are on care and maintenance. And some of them that we engage with, we've been able to say, look, if we actually came up with an appropriate price, for instance, if we have a price that talks to load one, for those people that are responsible, if we implement a law for what the law is intending to do, that you only pay for the cost that you are responsible for, that you'll probably get a significantly good price. For that reason, kindly give us an opportunity to see whether we can't properly price electricity such that you'll be able to then continue with your production and not shift your production to Indonesia and to other countries, which give you a good price. With it, to export our jobs. Yes, unfortunately, is that the economy that we would want in the future? As we've asked Nell, the answer to that is unfortunately, we don't get involved in that policy. All we simply saying, for the current economy that we have, if it evolves, we will then have to have a methodology that would have evolved to meet a future economic structure of South Africa. But we have a particular economic structure with a 50% unemployment rate at this stage. And unfortunately, all we can do is to say, with the industries that we have, how do we improve them, make them more sustainable if we can? Do we have the time? 2 more years or so. I'd like to believe that most of the ferromanganese, the ferrosilicon, the ferrochrome industries, the beneficiators in 2 years' time would have closed down. Unless, of course, they get a proper cost-reflective price that can allow them to be able to plan for the next 20 years. Do I expand capacity in the country? Do I take my plants that are mothballed? Do I bring them back to production? Will I make money when I'm doing that? Or should I just ship all of these minerals that we produce in the country and actually ship them somewhere else? Now, I wish that consumers would speak. It's wrong of me as a regulator to be speaking for them because the consumers are out there. Why are they not saying anything? I don't know. But do we have time? From where I'm sitting is that I don't think we have time. We've got load shedding. Now, we know that there are megawatts out there that could be brought into the system. Does the current system, which allows the megawatts to be brought in via either short-term contracts with the single buyer? I'm talking about brought into the grid. I'm not talking about bilaterals. The bilaterals, as we agree, that market will sort itself out. But the issue is, There are megawatts out there, but how do you bring them into the system? Now, at the moment, whether it's municipalities or any organ of state, to be able to, on a sustainable basis, to be able to justify investments. That's why the PPAs are 20-year PPAs with Eskom. You need to have, if it's a short-term contract, those short-term contracts, you need to go out to tender, medium-term or long-term contracts. Now, is there a possibility that these megawatts could be brought into the system without actually being sold to the single buyer? Such that those megawatts that are available out there can benefit everybody, but in a manner that is satisfied our constitutional requirement, section 217. That is, you need to protect the users from gouging. Otherwise, what's stopping us from just going and buying and getting all of those diesel gensets like has happened in a lot of countries in Africa? And then we can generate power, of course, at 6 rand per kilowatt hour. Now, what I'm saying here is that, do we have time for that? Maybe I'm not going to provide an answer. I'm just posing the question here. Do we have time? Because if we don't solve that issue of increasing the correct supply, as I've indicated earlier before, also with the numbers, I'm saying the numbers because for me, the numbers say something else. The issue here is that we can't meet 30,000 capacity, at 30,000 demand, residual demand. Although we've got, even Eskom on its own has got 44, it's the EAF. And is it because the systems operator is bad? The systems operator is excellent, and I agree with you, Mr. Padiachi, that we've got a great systems operator for what it's doing to play this market and ensure that we don't have blackouts. Brilliant operation. To play with a changing demand with the plants that it's got, such that we at least meet the demand to the extent that we do. It's brilliant of them. What I was even showing with the use of coal plants in the manner that they are currently showing, it's not a blame on Eskom's competency or Eskom's systems operator competency. It's brilliant of them. They use what they've got to respond. But the question is, are we using the correct tool? Do we have time? I think that is the question that you asked. I saw your hand come up, Christopher. I'm not sure whether you want to quickly butt into something that I have said before we finish the questions, or can I?
No, sorry, Chair, you can carry on. I just raised my hand for the next set of questions.
Okay, great stuff. Okay, thank you. So that is the question. I'm sorry that maybe I'm not responding directly to your questions, Mr. Now, but I'm responding to them in respect of questions that says, do we have time? So that's the first question. Have we allowed? So those are the questions, I think. Can we use Eskom's plans as proxies? The answer to this, the methodology that we are proposing, the methodology that is up here, is one that simply says there is no need for that. Because all we then say is that if we can make sure that all the megawatts out there can actually be brought into the system, but in the manner that protects the consumer, protects the industries, in a manner that says the most efficient plants are the ones that are, because the price is the reflection would be a reflection of efficiency. Is it the only reflection of efficiency? The answer to that is clearly no. There may be others. But all we're simply saying is that if the system, in terms of generation plants that are put into the system, would be such that all the efficient generators go in first, and also the users don't pay for generators that are available 10% of the time. But if they're available 10% of the time, they're deployed for 10% of the time, they get revenue for that 10% of the time. So it's not about using Eskom as a proxy. It's asking Eskom to have all of its own generators to also have tariffs in the same way as the RIPPs also have tariffs, all of them. And that when the systems operator dispatches these plants, is on their order of their merit, on the efficiency. But at the same time, then asking the question, what about all of the megawatts that are sitting out there that may not have a NESA tariff? Is there anything that could be done so that they will have a tariff that will then allow them to be dispatched, so that we make sure that there is no corruption here? For instance, we don't have a particular producer that gets 10 rand per kilowatt hour. You know, it's all those types of questions that are being asked. So that's what this methodology is trying to do. How do we get, and this applies to both Eskom, to the national grid, as well as to the distribution level? Because if we can address that question, how do we capture all of those megawatts that are out there? And that's all this methodology is trying to do. Maybe it does not come across. So that's your second question, your second question, Mr. Nel. Thanks for your comments, Vali. I think they are very, I mean, the systems operator that we have is brilliant. And the issues that we are raising around Australia and what have you, we've been following that as well. It is a serious issue, but there are a lot of underlying questions. But can I then respond to Antoinette Slavet's question? Madam, the plan, when do we, as I always say, you start with a vision. If you don't know where you are going, any road will take you there. There is no way, as Mark has indicated earlier, with any methodology, there is always a period of it being introduced, the learnings, you know, all of the things that need to be done. So the idea here is, once the methodology is approved, then the implementation, for instance, this data in terms of the demand profiles might not be there. Yes, the people that do have it are the industrial customers, for whom electricity is a very important commodity. Some of them, electricity is up to 40–50% of their total operating costs. So it is a significant cost, so they monitor it. So for those, we will definitely have demand profiles, but other consumers, especially residential consumers, may not actually have they may not have those profiles, which talks to your other question about meters. Clearly, we need to measure. You only get what you measure. And also we need to be able to communicate to the users, which is what the Act asks of us, to say, by the way, by consuming energy in this way, you are imposing this type of costs to the consumer, I mean, to the system. And in fact, ideally, we need to price it for that. I have one example. I'm not going to mention the name, but one of the customers that have been Mr. Nel was talking about, who are moving to produce their own electricity. And what's great about them is that they're looking at producing clean electricity, solar energy. But the problem with it is that their production is not linked. They've got their normal demand is virtually flat. But they want to be producing serious amounts of electricity off the grid, so they go off the grid when the sun comes up, but they come back to the grid when the sun disappears, because it's a large customer. So what they'll be facing, what everybody else that stays on the grid will be facing, is a situation where this large consumer, when they go off the grid, that capacity earns zero income, so it just sits there idle. When they wanting to come back, that capacity needs to be ready for them. But unfortunately, they come back to the grid at the same time as South Africa's demand is peaking. Now you ask them, are you investing in storage? The answer to that, no. We remain grid connected. So those are the people who are using the grid for a different purpose, and it must be priced accordingly. And that of course depends on the meters that we put in there that are required. that to actually sustain that. But it also, you need to make sure that they understand what their decisions, their demand pattern, how it imposes costs on the system. And ideally, they should be able to pay for it so that it sends a correct signal to them to invest properly. For instance, ideally, as we put up the solar for that particular load or that particular amount that you are actually going to produce yourself, also put enough storage capacity to be able to say, when the sun sets, you're not going to then bring back that load and impose a serious challenge for everybody else that has stayed on the grid. Mark, do you want to add something before I see Value wants to add something as well, but your hand was up, Mark. Maybe you can assist with the questions and then we can move.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I only wanted to respond to one, and I wanted to specifically respond to Vali Paliachi. I think Vali raises some very, very critical points. And I think one of the things that perhaps we didn't communicate well enough was we agree. We do see that there will be a continuous role for a regulator in the electricity system. And it's precisely because of the examples he's given, where a failure of the market has resulted in the regulator having to step in. But I think the examples he gave also were very tactical examples. The crisis happened, the regulator stepped in decisively, etc. But we're also sitting with a crisis right now where we don't have a competitive market that's taking advantage of prices. We just have a dominant player that has not been able to keep up with the delivery of power in a context where they were the main player. Now, I think, and so at this point, it might sound very trite, unfortunately, but this too shall pass. We're in a crisis at the moment, in the same way Australia was a few weeks ago, etc. But this too shall pass. And I think one of the aspects of this methodology that is it's an obligation that we need to provide as the regulator is a forward-looking approach that says, once this too has passed, what does the future look like? Are we in a position to make sure that we don't end up in a market where there is limited management, prices are unstable, etc. And some of the things that you've mentioned and others have mentioned in terms of people going off the grid and people being left with the grid as their only option, etc. So I think in terms of these strategic, more philosophical comments, that would be my comment to Vali. I think you're absolutely right. And I think the role of the regulator is precisely that these kind of market failures generally occur because the asymmetry of information, lack of information available to everybody is disrupted. And so certain people have the information, others don't, and they're able to manipulate the market accordingly. And that's why I know that there are some questions about the amount of data we want to collect and the pressure, the administrative burden of that. But I think that's one of the roles of a regulator, is to actually collect all of that data and improve that availability of data so that even in the event that the market isn't functioning properly, decisions are made that are informed decisions, and it's not the information sitting in the hands of one or two players, etc., but that we have a role to collect that data from all sources and make that data available within our confidentiality requirements, obviously, but at least make the data available in a form that enables other people to understand where prices are coming from, why tariffs look the way they do, etc. And yes, it will be a burden, and it is something we will probably have to build our capacity, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. It just means we've got to be smart about how we do in order to be able to be there for the consumer, for the investor, once this crisis has passed. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. All right, can I come back to you then, Christoph, first, and then we'll then go back to Vali.
Thanks, Mr. Gumede. My question is the following. So let me position it in the context of what Vali said, and that is it makes sense for the generation tariffs to be regulated, especially in times of crisis. I would say for as long as Eskom is the dominant baseload provider, it's essential for generation tariffs to be regulated. But that then leaves us with on the one hand, the negative of arguably not getting the full benefit of competition. And I don't have the answer to that one. My more important question is, a regulated tariff is based on certain assumptions. It's got assumptions around what the prices of coal, it's got assumptions around utilization, some of it internal, can be internally fixed, others not. Now, if those assumptions are wrong, and Eskom generation does not make sufficient money to keep it sustainable, what then? Is that then an RCA type mechanism? And I think the answer to that is no. Or is it knocking on the taxpayer's door? I'll stop there.
Okay. Malik, before we respond to this, very fresh.
Yeah, sure. I just again want to take the opportunity that I know Mark Beer, and I have a lot of respect for Mark's comments, but he said this too shall pass. And there's a realization that the national system control is doing a fantastic job with the little that they have at their disposal. Little meaning little megawatts, right? So the crisis situation, as we've been saying this in the media and it's public knowledge, by many stakeholders, including Eskom, we are going to be in a crisis situation of depending 2 years, at least 2 years, maybe going on to 3 years, depending on supply chain, procurement, macroeconomics internationally, the Chinese situation, the Ukraine situation. I would add in Sri Lanka, the fallout of that. So we have this macroeconomic supply chain challenge. So what Eskom needs, or what the country needs is, you said it, 6,000 megawatts. Now, like yesterday, right? So I know lots of the renewable guys are saying we can get it through renewables, but as I've also said in the media, that renewables have a 30%, solar PV has a 30% capacity factor, and wind has a 40% capacity factor. So if you're relying on renewables, you can push that to about 18,000 megawatts if it's purely renewables, right? So what we need is, of course, we need renewables wherever we can get it, and we need, and that's inverter power. What we need is synchronous power stroke dispatchable power, and arguably, we can only get it now from the monopolistic player. So for the next 2 to 3 years, I'm of the opinion, based on facts, that Eskom coal-fired stations, the limping for coal-fired stations, not all of them, as I said, there's 9 of the 15, which is limping, but we'll need to squeeze out all of those electrons. So to get to 30 gigs of capacity that the country needs, we need these. We need 2 things. We need the massive amounts of electrons through renewables, low carbon, and we need the EAF factor, energy availability factor, to move from 58% to 70%, to 70% within 2 years. People argue it's not possible, but we've put out a plan in the media, and that it could be done. So what I'm saying, Chair, in the next 2 to 3 years, it's all about energy security and comparatively to pricing, right? So in this 2 years, 3 years, we need to get those electrons. So we'll have to get it. I'm focusing on the Eskom fleet. We'll have to get it from the 15 coal-fired stations. We'll have to squeeze out the electrons. 9 are limping. We'll have to continue to maintain them and then increase this EAF factor as Eskom is decommissioning. So in the next 10 years, so that's a 0 to 2 year strategy, the emergency one. Then we have a 0 to 10 year one where Eskom is decommissioning 22,000 megawatts, right? So we have that added challenge. So they're going to start decommissioning, and they'll probably start with the 9 and then keep the 6 good ones beyond 2035. And so the regulation, the pricing methodology has to take that into consideration, especially for the next 2 years. Because if you look at Camden, Komati, right, or Komati will be decommissioned, say Camden and so on. Andrina could be the highest price station, but it could be giving you megawatts that will save us going to blackouts. So as we are evolving this pricing methodology, we're going to be cognizant that for the 2 years, the regulation, the pricing methodology must create a landscape and environment that we could bring on all the electrons onto the grid. And the grid is owned by, as I've always said, by the Munichs and by Eskom. So those are the 2 utilities bodies that own the grid. And what we're saying is that how do we bring on the electrons onto the grid fast, right? And we've talked about debottlenecking and removing on some of the blockages, etc. So I want to put that on the table, Chair, is that in the 2 years, it may not be a typical regulation environment. It's going to be an environment where you as a regulator may be called upon to say, hey, we're going on a high-priced megawatts onto the grid. Hopefully it's more the exception than the rule, but that's tantamount to preventing a collapse of the grid. So that's why even at the meeting the other day, I said there has to be a balance between this business as usual strategy, which is good, but we've got this 2 year window where we're sitting on a knife edge. And we will be careful that we don't come out with a methodology that's going to add bottlenecks to it. And I'm not saying that you'll do that, but maybe unintentionally, we'll just be careful that we don't throw the baby away with the bathwater. But what I'm saying is that the methodology must take into consideration that we have this situation. And Mark, it's not going to be the next couple of months. It's going to take 2 years, 3 years for this comes to pass. Thank you, Chair. I'm back to you.
Thank you for your input. Could I respond to your question, Christopher? And it's a fair question. Tariffs are based on assumptions. And I guess the issue that we're saying here, and maybe that's again in terms of the principle one, what did not come across as clearly as what you are saying, is that ordinarily we didn't even do tariffs. We were doing this revenue for Eskom for everything. But what we are now saying is that if even for Eskom plants, we do what is done for renewables. All of the RIPP contracts, they sign a 20-year PPA with a particular tariff in there, properly indexed for 20 years. Now, that's for the renewable ones. Makes sense, but then how then do you deal with those that might be fuel-based? For instance, gas, if we were to then get CCGTs and what have you, how do we price that? Because clearly there are, or even OCGTs, because clearly you have the capital part and other costs that are well within the control of the operator, but then we've got the fuel costs that are not. How do we price that? Now, how do we come up with a tariff that reflects? Hence, our two parts, 3 parts, or 4-part tariff that ideally needs to talk to that. That is the proposal that we have. But is it predicated on assumptions? The answer is no. We're wanting to go to the operator and say, give us your costs. But remember, though, that if you overprice yourself, you may not be dispatched. That's why the important part of these two. You need to set tariffs that are cost reflective, and those are predicated, those tariffs must be predicated not on assumptions that are assumptions based, that are the regulator thumbs up, but are actually is information that comes from the operator him or herself. But we do know that as long as those are projections, some of the projections could be wrong, so you need to have an ability to vary that. That's why the annual reviews in terms of principle one. So that's the tariff side. So maybe it did not come across too well, but that's what we're saying, that for each of those activities and sub-activities, we need to get the costs, the real costs, including the cost of capital, including the capex that is going to be put in there, and so forth. And then based on those capacities, we work out what the tariff should be if we are operating as you should be operating. That's one part. But then the changes will be accommodated accordingly. So that's one part. So I'm hoping that addresses that issue. Now, the Valley raises a fair comment. The country needs megawatts. As I've indicated earlier, we are sitting at 38,000 megawatts installed. There is a somebody's mic that's on. The country is sitting at, the country needs 6,000 megawatts. But I asked the question, 6,000 megawatts of what? Do we need 6,000 megawatts of baseload, nuclear? Do we need 6,000 megawatts of solar? Do we need 6,000 megawatts of dispatchable power, which might be gas or which might be gas, which we don't have in the country so much of in the country, or is it diesel, or whatever the issue? When we say we need 6,000, we need to be specific. We need 6,000 megawatts of what? Because I think we are in this problem because we are using the equipment to address certain demand profiles that it was not designed for. And I thought that we solved that in the beginning. And what we're simply asking is that let's get the OEM. Maybe we are wrong. Maybe it is okay to run a coal-fired plant with the boilers and those boiler tubes and whatever, and subject them to all of the stress corrosion cracking possibilities. Maybe we are just wrong. But let's get the facts on this. But our view is that those plants were not designed for that. And it doesn't matter who will come in there that may have operated that plant in the past. If it is still going to use, you're going to still use those plants to do exactly what Eskom is forced today to actually do with those plants, you will still get the same outcome. That's all what we are saying. But what it then means is that we need mid-merit power. But let's be specific about it. Let's go out there and source the appropriate energy that we need. But to be able to do that, you need to have the correct price to do that. That's the first thing. Because then the investor looks at the price and say, I'm putting my rand here, how much return am I getting? But in so doing, you need to consider the people that are going to use the electricity and say, will they be able to afford that electricity? So you've got, as a regulator, you need to balance the two. Now, so the question that I would ask to you, Adiachi, we need 6,000 megawatts of what? Is that conversation out there? That yes, we need the 6,000 megawatts, as it is said, but of what? Unless we can answer that question. And if once we've answered that question, can we then clearly say what would support that, the procurement of that 6,000 megawatts? So that's the first part. The second part, as you rightly point out, is that we need to get the megawatts into the system. As we were talking, I was writing and saying, and maybe I can be corrected here, maybe I'm wrong again, is that the megawatts get into the grid at the moment via possibly 4 different ways. The first way is Eskom itself building plants. That is, but they can only build based on the IRP. They can't build anything that is not influenced by the IRP. So Eskom needs to put plants. That's the first approach. And the question is, are they building? Are they building the correct plants? Do they have the money to do that and so forth? Right? So that's the first part. Does the IRP allow them to actually build? That's the first issue. The second issue is driven by Section 34, which then says in Section 34, you can get the private sector to participate. There is a RIP program, whether it's medium, whether is risk mitigation or whatever the issue might be, but there is a Section 34 that goes up that allows for procurement. And unfortunately, that is also still linked to Eskom being the buyer. Can municipalities be the buyer? Possibly. And I think that is the deviation that Minister has allowed. But it's what I generally call the Section 34 process. But you need to have a public tender as demanded by Section 217 of the Constitution. The third one is about short-term PPAs. So you do have co-generators out there, the SAPIs of this world and the Ilovos of this world that may have power, excess power that they co-generate from their own use of or whatever that they are producing. That power may be available for sale into the grid, but we need a process to get it onto the grid. Luckily, they are already licensed. At this stage, the only way to get onto the grid is via these STPPs, is for them, they need to sell to Eskom, because then Eskom has an obligation to then recoup that cost from the price. So that's how we've always done it. Is this revenue requirement methodology part? But is this revenue regulation approach? That's how we've always done it. We could still continue doing that if that's what we are saying we should continue doing. The last ones for me is the last approach is that you already have the private generators who might be generating 50 megawatts but have a possibility to go up to 70 to 80. Then it's possible to get a further squeeze. But they would then need to, those are already licensed, they already have a tariff. Either they will then need to just come for an amendment in terms of their production capacity. That's easy to do. But of course, because they still need to recoup their revenue through the single buyer, they need to extend the PPA with Eskom. So that's one the one approach. But the question I ask is that we have all of these additional megawatts out there. Registrants are coming up, as you correctly say. People are going to be, but the question is, other than selling, other than the sale of electricity through bilateral contracts, how do they get that power onto the grid? How do they sell that power onto the grid legally? So that's the question. So the methodology is trying to create an opportunity for that. It poses a question that says, do you need a license first to actually have an NESA tariff? But if we have a NESA tariff, can you be dispatched? In which case, those megawatts, if once they have a NESA tariff, they can then be dispatched. So that's what we are proposing. That would include embedded generators and any other capacity that's sitting out there. So that is what basically, I don't know, I'm trying to explain in terms of what the methodology is trying to do. Taking into account, yes, that ideally in the future, when there is an effective market, the regulator does not need to regulate generation tariffs. The market will take care of that. Wally, you still have your hand up, Sam.
Yeah, Chair, just maybe as a direct response to your one question, I put it on the chat box. Let's take a worst case scenario during the night, which has happened recently with stage 4 and stage 6, when the system control is required to balance supply and demand. So at night, there's no sun. Of course, you can argue we have wind, but suppose we don't have wind and sun, and then to avoid using more diesels and all of that going forward, then you would need, as part of the 6,000 megawatts of synchronous dispatchable power. So you need to switch the breakers on to bring on the synchronous dispatchable power instantaneously, milliseconds. Okay, so to answer your question, ideally, and that's why we're saying we still need those limping power stations to give us all the megawatts. But I also say that you can, if you get it from renewables, there is renewables plus storage, right? Big storage. And if it's renewables, I said to you, it's a 30% capacity factor solar and 40% wind. I'm not beating the drum, but I'm saying that's reality. So if you only want to bring in solar, you need well, times by 3 with 18,000 megawatts, etc. So in the next 2 years, this is for the next 2 years, I don't believe we'll be able to get to big storage, yes, especially battery, being affordable. I think the next 2 years we will be getting down to reasonable rate, but I don't think it'll be that affordable. So that's why I'm saying, to answer your question, it's 6,000 megawatts, being simplistic about it, of synchronous dispatchable power, which at the moment we can get it from Eskom's Olympic fleet, the Ngulas, the Drakensberg pump scheme, arguably from Joburg, we can get it from Kelvin power station, Cape Town, we can get it from Steam Blast. So those are the opportunities. So so what I'm saying is that the methodology must capacitate this to happen. And just using my Munich Act, you mentioned Section 34, and I mentioned this the other day. The Section 34, which is arguably debilitating at the moment with respect to Munich's, because it's both Eskom and Munich must acquire the electrons because they own the grid. So the methodology must encourage that. I'm not saying that NERSA must not regulate. NERSA has to regulate because we have all the share functions, the environmental aspects, and I mentioned to you the Australian stuff and California stuff that where NERSA needs to protect the end user and the market. So Chair, for me, 2 things: 6,000 megawatts of synchronous dispatchable power. If we can get it through affordable renewables and storage, fine, bring it on. And then from a Munich perspective, amongst other blockages, that's Section 34. And I'm glad, if I heard you correctly, that you're saying that the minister has given a deviation subject to certain conditions. And maybe if you just want to unpack what are those conditions, and if we can get a communique to that effect almost immediately, it'll be most appreciated. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. By the way, I'm hoping that Mr. Murati is on the call because he'll be able to assist with that Section 34. It was asked the previous time as well that the actual deviation that allows municipalities to also to buy power, not just through the Section 34, and he'll be able to talk to the conditions associated thereto or therewith. Can I take your question, Mr. Bott? And Mr. Murati, please prepare a response.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's been very, very interesting, the whole talk on it. And what I've come back from this workshop is it's a great thing to have all these plans going forward and putting in. But if it's not enforced, we're going to sit with the same problem again. When I say we've got a skills level shortage in Eskom, That passes on to a skills level shortage within the municipalities. The non-technical losses within the municipalities are exorbitant. In most cases, and there's some municipalities that are sitting right up at the 28% mark. And then on top of that, we've got, with the introduction of solar, as you quite rightly said earlier, there's a lot of people that have put solar in, and then it's got the wrong metering equipment in. So they're getting paid exactly what they're getting charged, because the meter starts running backwards. And then on the bigger side, if you look at all these massive shopping centers that are putting up solar panels, etc., they then selling the electricity onto their consumers within the shopping mall or whatever at the exact same rate as if they would be buying it from the municipality. Now, the cost of producing electricity from Eskom with power stations, transmission, everything is way, way higher than in a solar system that's on a roof. So there's something that's going to have to be done that they're going to have to pay something back to support the grid. Otherwise, as you said, we're going to have a situation where during the day, they're going to, while the sun is out, they're going to be drawing a lot less power off the grid. But once night time comes around, then the demand comes back onto the system. And they're not going to be penalized because they're going to be getting the electricity at a very cheaper rate at night time. So those type of things will have to be addressed in the makeup of the tariff structure and the last mile distribution. And then on top of that is the final part is that once these regulations are all in place, the enforcement of it. We've got some municipalities that are doing exactly what they like, and unfortunately, NERSA takes 2 years to do anything about it. And that by that stage, you've got companies that are folding, people that have lost their livelihoods, the jobs have closed, because the municipalities don't act as civil servants, they're acting as bullies. So it's then NERSA's job to act decisively according to the Electricity Act against it, and not rely on the consumer having to run to court and spend hundreds of thousands of rand, and then court cases take 2-3 years while the municipality just carries on doing what they like. So yes, this is a fantastic start, but I don't think it must stop there. We're going to have to carry on and keep on pushing this to a finality where the municipalities are and the what you want to call them resellers of electricity are responsible to NERSA directly. Thank you. I hand you back, Chair.
Thank you for that comment. Colleagues, we are coming to the end of this particular session, but we're going to ask, there's going to be a presentation after at 1:30. But I did notice that there are comments on the chat. And I wasn't sure why, perhaps if it would have been useful if the people that were commenting on the chat would also pose a question and maybe even pose a suggestion. For instance, I'd like to put one person on the board here. Mr. Mondi, you say the timelines are out. I really are not going to work. I have posed the questions earlier. Do we have the time, especially in respect of your particular group of members that you represent? Do we have the time? Will any of your members, FAPA and all of you included, if the price doesn't change as ASAP, will they still be producing in 2 years? What I'm saying is there are comments on the chat, colleagues. I would really like if you could pose a question, maybe even put a solution, a proposed solution. Mr. Monti, I put you on the spot. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Chair, I think the issue is not about the correctness or incorrectness of what you're proposing. It's about the practicality of what we are proposing. These changes are quite fundamental. I think Henny touched on them quite well to say that we've got so many uncertainties currently. One is around the ERA, which is not finalized. It's about the EPP, which is not finalized. And now we're on the pricing methodology. Which one would have assumed it will flow from these two policy instruments? So now the question is, is this, as the industry, do we have a full comprehension of what's happening? So there is that level of complexity. The second level of complexity, Chair, is the fundamental change on the methodology. And like you were saying, is that we've been using this methodology for the past, probably 15, 17 years. And now we are going into a new methodology, and you give us basically 1 month to apply our minds to this complex topic. All we're saying is that we need more time to fully understand, because we believe that it is important that as we move along together. To have a methodology which is imposed on users without full understanding, it may have consequences which may well be far worse than what we have at the moment. Regarding the issues of the prices, Chair, you mentioned to say, are we happy with the prices we have? Certainly we are not. I think there are just a few things which have always been a concern, certainly for our members, is the level of increases on these prices. So that's one, which we know that is also your concern. The second one is really the uncertainty of these prices, which is the level of fluctuation of these prices. You mentioned some of the issues around the RCAs and many other things. Those things are certainly concerns. We are on record, Chair, where we said we need to review the pricing methodology. And in that submission, I think it was sometime last year, where we said that we think to do that, it will take about 2 or so years. We still firmly believe that it is important that we spend enough time to deal with this thing, to better understand it, so that when we get into the new methodology, it's something which we're all buying into and we're all committed to making it work. It doesn't help, Chair, to rush this, and then at the end of the I think we're left with probably less than 10 days now, 7 days as a matter of fact, to say that, okay, now I think based on the questions we have had here, there's a whole lot of issues which we still do not understand, and then we've got 7 days to make up our minds, and then we say that we want to implement. We really believe that it is not practical, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At least you've raised the issues that and explained your comments on the chat. I think firstly what you are saying, timing. We started this process quite a while back. If we had to, and in fact, maybe we started with this, which we thought was a useful start, which was the principles first, and those were published last year already. We've been engaging on this for the longest of time. That's number one on the timing side. But I want to correct something, the implementation. The implementation, and this is a question that was asked by Antoinette earlier. Are we going to implement next year? Whatever. It is common cause that the ESCOM prices for the financial year 23-24, which we're going to be publishing the application on the 1st of August, is going to still be based on the 2016 MYPD4. That's what it is. So are we implementing next year? The answer to that is no. But do we at least need to get a view in terms of directionally where we're wanting to go to get people to apply, to get ESCOM to get for all of its generation facilities to get a tariff? Is it going to be something that can be done next? It can be done for implementation next year? The answer to that is a definite no. But you need to directionally set that course, set this ship on that course. This is where directionally we're going. So the methodology being approved at the end of September, which methodology did not start 5 days ago or a month ago. With methodology was the methodology was published long time ago. It's just that we are fleshing it out in terms of what the methodology now would look like. And will it be implemented next year? The answer to that is no. Even if it's then implemented in the year 2024, but will it be a big bang? The answer to that again is a no. Because there's a lot of learnings that the Act is asking to shift towards setting tariffs. We've been determining Eskom revenue. The Act has always set tariffs. Now, it was possible to just set Eskom revenue when there was only one Eskom as a big player and everybody else was selling to Eskom. With everything else all of the challenges that have resulted from that. But we know that that reality has come to an end. There is greater private sector participation. There is greater shift, people going to OJ. There's a whole lot, the Eskom itself is splitting into three. Then how do we continue on the same path? And I think in respect of your members, Mr. Mondi, I really would love to, and I don't know whether, because we do speak to some of your sector members, and the indication is very clear that we are on tenterhooks, we're keeping these plants on care and maintenance. But in 2 years' time, unless they've received price signal, they're not asking for a subsidy, because to them it's very simple. Whether they process their minerals here or they process them in Indonesia, it doesn't really matter. But they will make a financial and commercial decision. Now, the question that we are asking, specifically for your members, the question I'm asking to you, do we have time in respect of your members? And I think I'll close it at that with that comment at the moment, and then say if we can take lunch, a 30-minute lunch, and then when we come back and we can start at 25 to Dr. Trevor Dudley, you had requested to present. If you can present, please. I thank you. Let's see each other at 13:35. Thank you. Dr. Dudley, if you could kindly share your presentation so that at least you'll then be prepared to start at 25 too. Would appreciate that. Thank you.
Can you give me sharing rights, please? Presentation rights.
Oh, you don't have? Okay. Let me just get my team then. Mark, please assist. Who arranged this meeting? Please grant.
It's Elizabeth. I think Dr. Dudley did send us the presentation. I can just quickly get to it because it's Elizabeth who's got it missing.
Oh, so you can't grant?
Yeah, I can't give.
Okay. So would that be okay if we show it from our side, Doc?
I would prefer to roll my own
to roll your own slides.
Because I like to talk to my slides, and then I've got to tell you every time, slide please, change please.
I understand. I understand.
Really, I'm sure with modern technology, you can give me my rights to present my slides.
We'll definitely do. So if you can assist, please. And I think before you start, then Mr. Murati was going to respond to the earlier question. So will you please assist, Doc? Mr. Murati, in the meantime, do you mind just responding to the earlier question by Mr. Padiachi?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and colleagues. I hope I'm audible.
Very, very, thanks.
All right. I think it's much easier to deal with it by separating the processes. The first one being that the whole concept of new generation was premised on Section 34 of the Electricity Regulation Act, but any other person could venture into generation which needed the processes of deviation from the IRP. But that process migrated to the revision of the new generation regulation by the department, which enabled the procurement of the participation of municipalities in the procurement process, which will still deal with the determination by the minister. But what is fundamental to that process is that the Section 34 ends up in the licensing part by the regulator. But with the advent of the Schedule 2 of the Electricity Regulation Act and the capacity threshold of up to 100 megawatts, that process doesn't only requires the generator to register with the regulator. It doesn't go into the details similar to the one that is in the Section 34 determination. Therefore, municipalities can enter into such arrangement with a generator that is registered. But that process, instead of it being governed by the Electricity Regulation Act, because we do not approve the tariff or the price of the registered entity, we only register the entity. The MFMA process will now come into space, which the circular issued by the National Treasury, Circular 118, entails the process that the municipalities must follow when dealing with the issue of procuring power from a registered entity, which we do not approve a price or a tariff of such an entity. So it becomes a commercial arrangement between the municipality and such a registered entity. But what is also fundamental in that process is that now the new entrant, which is a registered entity to the municipality, the tariffing framework that deals with the approval of tariffs for municipalities will now come into play, because it will become an input cost to the tariff if the municipality so wants to add that cost, because the current framework deals with the bulk purchase from Eskom. So there is that change that will have to take place. But the greater distinction is to recognize that when a municipality has to venture into that space, it now falls under the domain of the MFMA and not the Electricity Regulation Act. So the price agreed between the parties becomes a price negotiated between the parties. Yes, there's a talk about the minister having given a deviation from the new gen regulations, because the new gen regulations requires that the procurement process, any person who will have to be selling power to an organ of state, that such a procurement process is supposed to be done through the new gen. But there's a talk that the minister has granted a deviation from that process to enable the registered entities to venture into a space of selling power to municipalities. That we're still waiting for communication from the department in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Murati, for clarifying it. I'm hoping, Padiachi, you heard. It's just that it's one of those where, as Mr. Murati says, he's still waiting for the document. We've all heard, but we're still waiting for the document. Apologies if we've miscommunicated in the past. But it's something that I think has been clearly indicated that those municipalities that are in good standing are able to procure. But of course, all of the laws that govern municipalities, as you would know, would then have to take would then have to take effect. But I think the issue is always going to be to get it onto the grid. How then do you get it onto the grid? Anyway, Dr. Dudley, have you been granted the right to share your presentation?
No rights at all. No rights at all.
This is embarrassing.
I need the right.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah. We haven't restricted anybody's rights. So Mr. Dudley is appearing as a presenter on our side. So I'm not sure why it doesn't let him, but there is nothing we can do, because when we go to him, the only option we get is to make him an attendee, because everybody has been made to be a presenter. So I'm not sure how to assist him.
Okay. Would it work for you, Dr. Dudley, if we shown that if we were to flag the presentation and then you then request control, because then you can still control it.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
All right, Vui, if we can just load it, and then you then be able to grant him control. Thanks. Then please request control from your side, Dr. Dudley.
Disappeared now.
But I see you sharing, Dr. Dudley.
Am I sharing?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. So you can unshare on your side then, Vui.
Okay.
Thanks.
One second. Yeah, see, it's got all the screens here. 1 second.
Remember, when you click on share, it's going to drop out the windows on the side that says Windows. So you need to click on that window and select the one thing that you want to share.
Okay.
That's better. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then we can proceed. Over to you. Thanks.
Right. So, sorry for that. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. My bearings properly. My computer seems to be very slow. Are we on the screen, Mr. Gomez?
Yes, we are. We're just waiting on you. Okay.
Shall I remove my video, or is
You
it?
can. Yeah, no, you can remove the video and then you can talk to it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hope you all had a good lunch. Is my sound coming across okay? Yeah.
It is quite clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us. I'm really excited to be back. I was here last year. A lot has happened since last year. Honorable Minister of DMRE, Gwedi Mantashe, through cabinet had the gazetted 100 megawatts for to fast track a power supply. So we're really, really grateful for that. On the screen here, Mazweli. I'm sure everybody's familiar with Mazweli. Mazweli is a nuclear engineering company. And I think the importance here, even though the discussion is around pricing, we're looking at long-term. Nuclear is long-term over the next 40 years. So we're looking at pricing structures for long-term. So bear with me. I'm just going to give an introduction to Mazweli, a brief introduction, and then I would like to talk about pricing structure around embedded generation and nuclear, which I think is the ambit of the discussion here today. So let's go forward on the next slide here. If you're all familiar with this slide, it tells its own story. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, and that's what on a level plane, cutting the earth on a flat page, one plane, we see Africa is extremely dark, and we see Cape Town and Johannesburg with lights, but is that really the situation? And if I click here, the lights actually go out. And all around the world is basically driven by coal fire and nuclear power plants, baseload power, keeping the lights on. And the vision, as Shrankla Gwede said, you must have a vision, you must have a dream. Mazweli's dream is to, first of all, keep the lights on in South Africa, light up South Africa, and also light up Africa. Why not? Let's go big. Let's dream big. Let's get started. And we started quite a few years back already. This slide here I've taken from the NASA website. This is what happened this week. And this is a depiction of climate change. The atmosphere has absorbed too much carbon dioxide. 1976, when I heard about the hole in the ozone, everybody laughed about it. And now, 40 years later, we see that there is a climate change, a drastic one. And with COP26, they are saying reduce carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere. They've given targets to different countries, 2030, 2040, by 2050. Absolutely no more carbon products, oil, gas, whatever you call it. And after that, we believe it will be nuclear, because the production of electricity by nuclear, absolutely no greenhouse gases in the volumes that we are looking at here. We are actually suffocating our planet with carbon dioxide. We're all aware of that. No one can deny that the weather patterns have changed. We've just come out of winter. I haven't seen one iota of ice on the grass. 20 years ago, the grass in Johannesburg, Midrand, was full of ice. So there is a climate change, and we, all of us, need to work together and reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Mazweli is a company, a South African company based in Centurion. We registered in 2010. We started work on pebble technology, carrying on where a previous company left off. The importance here is that we have 200 engineers and scientists and other people creating jobs from nothing, absolutely nothing. We're a private company. We have 50 disciplined PhDs working here. And yes, people do say nuclear is long-term, nuclear is expensive. If you want the best, then it's going to be nuclear. The product, I think I've got a slide here. Let me just go to the slide here. On this slide here, just for some historical factor there, the technology we are working with has been in South Africa 27 years. The PBMR project technology worked from 1995 to 2010, and then was really carried on to commercialize in the next 12 years. So 27 years of technology has been here. We're halfway down the road. We've got another 8 years to go to commercialize. That's where we are. So I think that alleviates the story of nuclear is taking too long and wada. It's happening as we're all sitting here. So it's important that it's South African, it's for South Africans, and the neighboring countries, Mozambique, Malawi, Eswatini, Lesotho, and all the countries need energy. All the countries need energy. There's a place for all types of energy, technology out there. But to drive industry, you need baseload power. We have seen that, and we've had that discussion already today. Nuclear, the nuclear we are talking about is totally different to conventional nuclear, pressurized water reactors. We are talking pebble technology. Proof of concept is working. It's already happening that you cannot have a meltdown. You cannot have radiation leaks. You cannot have all the exposure of previous technologies. The pebble technology, there's a craze at the present time, America, Canada, Europe, Russia, China, all going on the pebble, triso fuel. That is where we want to be. That is the future. And that is what we are bringing here from South Africa. High level, the plant, very simple, very simplistic. Your reactor on the left, pebbles in the reactor. In the middle there, you've got your steam generator. And outside of the dome there, the other components are all off the shelf. We do not need to reinvent them. You go to a big warehouse and you buy them and you install them. That is called commercialization. We have the third most uranium stocks in the earth here in South Africa. We have the fuel, we can produce the fuel, we have the people, we have the technology. Everything is ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to move forward. Just to show the difference there, pebble technology on the right, and the conventional pressurized water reactor technology on the left. That is what we see there. And that it's totally different. And as we said, you cannot have a meltdown. We've mentioned there the technology has been in South Africa. Our vision there, let's keep the lights on in South Africa. Let's light up Africa. And it's clean, safe, cost-effective, 24/7, 40 years. 365 days. We complement other energy sources when they cannot produce. The baseload nuclear power will always be there to assist in power generation. The Mazweli power plant, I hear everyone talking about the government, and well, one has to think that it's not only the government, there's private enterprise, there are the mining houses, there's industry, there's a special economic zones. They are the houses. They all need power. You need the smelters in Richards Bay. They need baseload power, power that can give you heat generation. And that is where Mazweli comes in. The neighboring countries also need power. So it's not only, we mustn't only be focused on a government. We're talking now for Africa. Let's light up Africa with the type of technology we are talking here. And I'll illustrate later on what we mean there. We've got to be practical and realistic that our Eskom coal-fired plants are old. They're 40 years, 50 years. They're getting old. And what's happening today, there's more demand than what the system can supply. That is what's happening today. Previously, we had an abundance of energy, 44 gigawatts. The population has grown to over 60 million. There are housing estates, there's industry growing, there are mines that are growing. So the demand has outstripped the supply. That is what's happened here. Eskom has announced publicly in the next 10 years, they will be shutting down 10 gigawatts. 10 gigawatts of baseload power, coal-fired power. You can only replace that with nuclear power. There's no other type of power. We're not a hydro country. We do have hydro plants, but we're not a hydro country. So the only replacement is nuclear. From 2040 to 2050, another 10 gigawatts of Eskom plants will shut down. You can only replace that with small nuclear power plants being placed all over the country. As we said, 2050, the world has said, COP26, no more fossil to be burnt, no more oil, no more gas. That is it. And then the future is either fission or fusion. And that's what we are talking about today. So the big plus factor, which I'm sure you all know because I'm preaching to the converted here, somebody called me a reverend this morning. I was amazed. I didn't know I'm a reverend, but by the way, that's okay. The Mazweli power plants, you can place them where you need the power. You do not need long transmission lines. You do not need an abundance of water. So this technology, because it's 100 megawatts, where the mine is required, where the mine is placed, where the industry is, where the special economic zone is, you place the power plant where you need the power. And Eskom has said the yellow M's that you see on the diagram there are the historical Eskom plants, can be renovated for small modular power reactors because the infrastructure is there. Now, what we see here from the previous diagram that I showed you here, South Africa needs 300 Mazweli 100 megawatt plants just to be in an equivalence of electricity supply, to be in a good position. If that's not possible, then we will see a very dark future. And that 300 plants can have independent, nuclear independent power producers. Each one can be an independent power producer, a separate owner. And yes, that is beautiful because now you can have competitive pricing. That is what we are talking about today, to have some competition and not to have a monopoly. This is not a Mazweli monopoly. This is IPPs and IPPs, where the municipalities can also be involved. I heard people talking about municipalities. We have 278 local municipalities, 8 metros, 44 districts, 9 provinces. Imagine, just imagine, if each municipality had its own Mazweli power plant. Generation of jobs, sustainable jobs, stimulate the industry, self-selling of power, collecting revenue. People who have jobs will pay for electricity. People can collect the revenue. That is the way to go. Today, a lot of people in South Africa are unemployed. I think 50% of unemployment of employable people, they can all be employed. Tomorrow, we can generate 100,000 jobs. We need to educate people about energy, conservation of energy. And that is where the future is going. So there's a solution going forward. We're already in discussions with about 50 municipalities, and that is where the traction is, that get people involved, educate them, and that is the way forward. Now, this is a table from the Eskom annual report, and it's very important to look at the middle column there, 2021 unit costs, rands, megawatt hours. Nuclear is published as 10 cents a kilowatt or 105 cents for a megawatt, the cheapest unit cost. If you look at renewables, IPPs, 2,178, 217 a kilowatt. And the prices there, open cycle gas turbines, 3,179. It's variable. What we take out of this is that nuclear compensates other technologies. Even though Eskom may buy renewable at 2.17 and sell for 1 rand, sometimes the regulator has to come in here and say, Well, that's not a good economic practice to buy at high rates and sell at a lower rate, and then it doesn't make economic sense. So the regulator has to come in here and monitor prices and where this happens, because you cannot just say we're going to buy solar power at midday and then the rest of the day we will have to look for power. So these are public numbers from the Eskom annual report, and without a doubt, nuclear is by far the lowest cost of production of electricity. On the pricing of electricity, I'm not going into the details, the tariffs and the cost and the charges and all that. But if you look at this very simplistic high-level sketch, the Mozweli power plant, when it's constructed, it will sell power at 13 US cents a kilowatt hour. Now, you just have to multiply that by 15 to get the rand value, which is R1.98. The power plant costs $800 million US. The government has made it clear they can only move at a pace at which they can afford nuclear, which we understand. And the government has invited foreign investors to come in the country with money, which is good for the country. So let's say there's a fund or investor, and we've had discussions on the selling price of electricity, generator capacity, 13 US cents a kilowatt. That plant can be paid off in 10 years. The power plant runs for 40 years. The life of plant is 40 years. If you pay a plant off in 10 years, the nuclear power plant is actually printing money for the funder investor. Once the loan is paid off, the 7 cents is taken out of the 13 cents. You can actually now sell power at 6 cents. And that is operational and maintenance cost. Isn't that beautiful? That is what South Africans want. A baseload power cost, which is economical, and you see the line slightly curved up because that takes compensation of inflation. Let's say it's 6% per annum, which is normal, and you're actually encouraging industry to use power. You're not telling industry, hey, hold on, no power for you. We need to turn the lights off. You can't go down in the mine, stop mining. It's costing South Africa 6 billion rands a day when the power goes off. And here we need to encourage industrial growth by using electricity generated by nuclear power plants. And that is where we are. I think the diagram tells its own story. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the European Parliament has nominated that nuclear is now classified as clean and green and renewable power. Why is it renewable? Because you have to replace the nuclear fuel every 6 months. So that's a big plus for nuclear power. And that's just a schematic of what a beautiful scene it looks like, a village, and then the nuclear power plant there, and you've got the ocean if you want to be near the ocean, or you can be anywhere. So you're actually creating infrastructure wherever the nuclear power plant is. You're creating jobs in situ for people to work on site. They don't have to migrate to Mpumalanga or anywhere else. They can work where the power plant is. I think that's a beautiful model. And then that brings me to the end, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that. It's very high level, and I really enjoy coming here to give feedback and updating the team on what's happening. Thank you very much, Chairman, Mr. Gumede. Any comments or questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Dudley. And by the way, I may have been the one that I thought you were Reverend Dudley that I have engaged with previously. Apologies for that. But I think being called the man of God can't be a bad thing. So anyway, can we engage, colleagues, with the presentation made by Dr. Dudley? By the way, Eric, your hand has been up. I assume it's an old hand. So if you can kindly lower it, I would really appreciate that. I think the new hand would that be Mr. Padiachi.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Dudley, for your presentation. I get the impression you are a nuclear a nuclear person. You have affinity to nuclear. That's fine. But I want to question the statement you make that you're saying.
Can I help you on that there? I worked at Eskom 10 years as an electrical generation engineer, and then I converted to nuclear, and I've got 6 degrees, so I'll cover all the areas just to help you.
Okay, you got 6 academic degrees.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that from your presentation, you seem to be punting nuclear. That's fine, but what I'm saying, not to 10 years, you make the statement it can only be nuclear. I question that. I'm saying why only nuclear? In not to 10 years, the energy mix must be reasonable, prudent mix of synchronous, so dispatchable inverter power to include affordable gas, affordable storage, renewables, hydro, and also bring in affordable modular nuclear, probably SMR, if they've been proven and acceptable. So your statement about being only nuclear is misleading. So just be careful. And I say that with respect to your qualifications and your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you respond, can I just ask if there are other, so we don't have a dialogue, and also, can I also request that we direct questions and comments to the chair? And I think that might be, so that at least we, just so I can regulate the flow, if you don't mind. Are there any other questions to Dr. Dudley or comments? Yes, Mr. Mota, Bongani Mota, if you can pose your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Bongani Mota from the Minerals Council. I appreciated your presentation, Dr. Dudley. I think it's exactly what we need as South Africa. We need the technologies to cohabit. So, but the question that I would like to ask relates to the time it would take to commission the projects that you were talking about, and the second one relates to funding. I mean, we're in a period where funders are very jittery in funding any other projects except for renewable project. So where do you think you could source funding? Is the funding available? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other questions for Doc? If not, if I can just ask both yourself, Padiachi, Padiachi to lower your hand, unless we still have a follow-up.
No, I'm fine. It's all hand, Chair. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, thank you. Doc, over to you. If you can respond to those questions.
Thank you. I'll address Mr. Padiachi. Thank you for your comments and questions. It's not my statement to be nuclear. It is the world governing body COP26 after 2050, 2050. It's been clearly stated all countries will not generate fossil energy at all. I'm not talking presently. My statement is we complement other energy. On the energy highway, there's a place for all energy types, biomass, wind, solar, sugarcane, whatever, hydro. So we work in complementation of energy sources that cannot provide energy when required. So I'm au fait with all the technologies. I'm not saying it should only be nuclear. There's a place for every energy technology type. Coming back to the second question on funding. Yes, funding has been a challenge because this is big technology. CAPEX is very expensive, and there are funders out there, and they are looking at this due to the energy crisis in Europe. There's a lot of funders that are ready to fund, and of course it's guarantees and collateral and securities, and funders like short-term projects where they can get a return of investment in 10 years. We are looking at a 40-year strategic long-term investment. So you need the right funder to come on board who's looking at long-term, who has got spare cash, spare money to invest, and they're looking at the generation. We are planning this for our generations, not for us we're planning for the next 40 years for your grandchildren so that they can enjoy something of the future. That is what we are doing. We're doing our best today for the future. And coming back to Mr. Padiachi, he said, should the pebble technology be proven? The technology has been proven. The Chinese built a pebble plant similar to the South African one. They started in 2010 and they commissioned in 2018. I was present there and they conducted a forced loss of cooling, the worst case scenario of a meltdown, and the plant did not melt down. The plant went to sleep and we all had tea and coffee on the plant. So the technology is proven today. The Chinese now are building 3 or 4 more pebble plants to roll out in China. The Americans are also working on pebble technology, so it's doing very well in the world today. So my apology for that. It is working. Thank you. Back to you, Chairman. Mede.
Thank you, Doc. There's another question from Mr. Mlonyeni. If you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Tembelani Mlonyeni from the city of Cape Town, but I must declare upfront I'm not representing the city. I'm here in my individual capacity. Firstly, I would like to welcome the presentation from Doctor. And then I think in terms of pricing and everything, there were price comparison with other technologies or with other type of energy mix. To me, I think this is the answer to the current issues that we are facing. And then given the timeframes and everything that has been shown on the presentation, I'm thinking about the rural areas of the Eastern Cape and so forth, and the Northern Cape, you name them. I think we really need to fast track and make sure that unless, Doctor, there are hidden things about the technology, to me, this is the answer to what South Africa is facing currently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And there's another question again from Mr. Sitola. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I think let's again welcome the presentation, and I fully support the approach of nuclear. But I just wanted to check, especially on the issue of price comparison. I hope it's not done using Quebec, which is almost fully paid or fully paid, if I guess. So if that is using what is currently on the table or Quebec in terms of the cost in comparison, I would just like the doctor to at least give us a comparison of a plant that will be built that will still be not be a nuclear, not use Quebec as a comparison, but the technology as for me, I support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seems those are the 2 further questions, Doc. Over to you.
Let me come back to the last question. We have to have benchmarks, so it's international benchmarks on nuclear. And if you look at any international paper, nuclear over the life of the nuclear plant, it is the cheapest production of electricity because the capex of a nuclear power plant is paid within 10 years. And the nuclear plant on average runs for 40 years. So we've done our own calculations, and we have calculated that if there's an investor and funder who would like their money back, they can get all the money back in 10 years. And then once the capex is paid off, the plant now will be self-sustaining. There are grantors also coming into the country. So grantor grants you money to build it, and it's a BOOT, build, operate, transfer. And at that case, when you have a grantor, you can actually then, we've done our calculations on our technology, you can actually then sell at 6 cents a kilowatt. And if there's a municipality, they will add on their 2 cents. So you're ending up with 8 cents, and you still, for the next 40 years, you're at a very economical price. So I hope that, and there's an abundance of uranium in the world. The ocean has tons of uranium. And so there's no shortage of fuel supply to supply the nuclear reactor that we are talking about. I hope that addresses your cost comparison. And just to add in, if I may.
So sorry, Doc, by the way, the cents you're referring to are US cents, correct?
Yes, US.
Okay.
We international, so we talk US cents. The Mozweli power plant runs for 40 years, so you only monetize your money once. Other technologies run for 10 years or 15 years. If you equate that to 40 years, you have to monetize those other technologies 3 or 4 times. So you also need to look at the whole model that you're working with. Let's come back to Mr. Mlangeni from the Eastern Cape. This project, this program that we're embarking on is endorsed by the government through the IRP 2019, which says there should be 2,500 megawatts of small nuclear power plants, which equates to about 25. I think one should not only look at electricity production, but post-COVID, you want to stimulate the economy, you want to create jobs, sustainable jobs, you want to stimulate the economy, you want to bring investment into the country, you want to train and develop and transfer skills. We have 600,000 graduates every year out of universities going nowhere. Here's an industry where they can all be assisted for the future of the country. And that is the whole model that we need to look at. Other technologies import all the components. We can do 99% of component manufacturing in South Africa and rather become an exporter than an importer and create jobs, if you know what I'm trying to say here. And that is where you want to be, help the youth. About 60% of the youth are unemployed. They can do lots of training and development and transfer of skills. By the way, the average age in the Mozweli company is 62 years. And that shows you the experience, exposure that we are looking at. We need to work together for the country of South Africa and our neighboring countries in going forward with the technology. Nobody has ordered a nuclear power plant since Koeberg was built in 1975. Koeberg is now 36 years. We have the most advanced nuclear engineer scientists in the world. We are one of the founders of the IAEA, and Koeberg, as you know, is 36 years old. The end of life is 40 years. It's got 4 years to go, so that area in the Cape may lose 1,860 megawatts, which has to be replaced with baseload power. But we can have lots of discussions on that. But it's really exciting, and you're all welcome to contact me or Mr. Gomedi or the secretary. They've got my details, and let's work together. Let's work together. There's a place for everybody and for all energy types, and let's get South Africa going. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Gomedi.
Thank you. There's a last question from Mr. Bott. Eric?
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to get some clarification. I see that a lot of countries are in Europe, Malaysia, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, they're all moving away from nuclear. Why do you think that is happening?
Thank you. Straightforward
question.
Thank you. Do you want to venture and answer, Doc?
Yes, that is a very broad-based statement. Australia has never been a nuclear country. There's a lot of punting now to go nuclear. Japan, after Fukushima shut down all their nuclear power plants, they're now punting to reopen the nuclear power plants because they're short on gas, and they made a big mistake to go back to gas and oil. In Europe, in Belgium, the nuclear power plant, they are closing because it's end of life. End of life, you have to decommission the nuclear power plant. So we need to read the whole trail of the story. Nuclear power plants do end, and even in the UK, you come to an end of life and you start with a new power plant. So I disagree with your statement that they're moving away from nuclear. It's only basically end of life. Germany made a decision in 1986 by the Green Party to shut down all nuclear power plants because they wanted renewable energy, wind turbines and solar. And it was not a success story. The French built 58 pressurized water reactors. They are selling electricity created by nuclear power plants to Germany, and they are paying 4 times the price of energy. And in the UK, the last week, 2 weeks, there's been no wind. So the wind turbines in Europe has not been working and the price of energy has gone sky high. So we have to take that out of context and look at the details. There's a flurry now on small modular reactors, although there are large reactors being built, but they are extremely expensive. But the renaissance today is put the power where you need the power, where the user is. The large reactors, you need to build them by a water source or by the ocean. With the Mosweli or small modular reactors, you don't need a large amount of water. So there is a surge now in the deployment of nuclear reactors, small modular nuclear reactors. Thank you, sir. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. There's Mr. Padiachi. Would you probably going to be the last question? You're going to pose the last question. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. In fact, let me not give you the wrong impression in my previous comments. I'm actually one of the guys that likes nuclear. But let me qualify that. I said not to 10 years, even longer. Nuclear must be in the energy mix, right? Everything else being equal, because I believe that when I say nuclear, I'm talking about the small modular types. In fact, I was at ESCOM at the time when we worked on the pebble bed, and I believe that the pebble bed being modular, and there was talk at that time of putting it on the coast. So I'm of the opinion that nuclear going forward as a place in our energy mix, there's with that Fukuyama and other incidents, there's that safety aspect, but that's more the perception. But I think the technology has evolved where the safety aspects are taken care of. I'm of the opinion, but as long as the kilowatt hour, the life cycle costing, and the end use costing to the sector, to the end user, and to the country, to the fiscus. If it's positive, then sure, it must play a role. And also, nuclear is dispatchable. It's also synchronous to a certain extent. So I'm a firm believer that we should have that. And there's also talk from the funding aspect. We can get up to 50-year PPAs. 50-year PPAs with so with a 50-year PPA and you get the right funder, your cost of capital should be very favorable. So I think once the technology is proven, for example, the SMR, I know there's some countries in the world that are busy working on that, but in 10 to 15 years, that should be applicable. But what I'm saying is that in the future energy mix, nuclear modular should play a role if it's cost effective and viable to the economy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think that was a nice closing comment, and we'd like to thank you, Dr. Dudley, for your presentation, and then maybe try to bring the meeting today to a close. As I've indicated, I saw a lot of comments on the chat, and I tried to bring those comments to the fore, to bring those people that are commenting to the fore, and but nonetheless, I only got a take up from Simondi, which is appreciated. But I think for me, just to as in terms of closing today's meeting, is let's not lose sight of what we're trying to do. There's still going to be formal public hearings on this, on the pricing system. And all we're hoping to do is that we thought it would be important to explain, to give you the background in terms of our thinking again, and also to explain what might be, sometimes when you read something on paper, it may not come across as succinctly as when it's then presented, especially when you ask a question and then the question is responded to. I do really hope that at least we have a common understanding of what it is that we are proposing. You don't have to agree with it. And you also don't have to agree with whether we need change or not. If the view of the stakeholders is that we should stay with what we have and continue on the same path that we are on, that is something that will definitely be taken into account, and if that's the general consensus, that's what we'll then do. Alternatively, if others are saying, well, let's hold back a bit, you also indicate this. But you must, of course, share an understanding that in holding back and not doing something, what do we do in the meantime? And would we, in 2 years' time, if we were to start in 2 years' time, because the implementation itself will probably, even if we said we actually got the methodology approved in September, the real implementation would only start in 2014, and even then it will be partial implementation because there will be a lot of people that might say, especially municipalities, that would say, sorry, we don't keep that kind of data that you are asking for in terms of distribution. We are one municipality, we don't have those separate books. That is a possibility. So, so the implementation will take time. And clearly, all of these things that we are doing with whilst there are other changes. But the question is, I think for me, can we sit and do nothing? But as the question was asked earlier, maybe whatever that we do might be worse than the situation that we have. We're looking forward to that. If that's what if there's a view out there that says, well, rather let's stick with what we have. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. Let's stick with what we have. Let's not change, because what we might be changing to might be worse than what we have. It's a view. Put it forward. But what we are asking of you is that please comment. But firstly, we're hoping that we've understood what we are proposing. And I'm really hoping that we eventually came across properly in terms of what we are proposing between tariffs, cost-reflective tariffs, and cost-reflective prices. Those two offers. That's what we are proposing. We're then saying, in arriving at a cost-reflective prices, understand the user's energy profile so that you can charge them for the energy that you can charge them for the service that they are actually consuming. That's the one part. Second part is that we can then also have an understanding of the difference between what the price that is cost reflective in terms of the cost that they are imposing on the system versus their affordability. If there is a gap, if it requires a subsidy, let's understand that subsidy. And hopefully the appropriate agencies would actually provide and fill that gap. That is all that we are asking. So in terms of tariff setting, yes, we are proposing a shift from regulating Eskom revenue. Because that's what we were, as NERSA, were actually determining, regulating Eskom revenue. That's what we were regulating. Everything else was about price increases, improving price increases on municipal tariffs based on a particular number that we would have worked on. But whether the fundamentals of that were correct, not really. We never had that. Yes, people will argue that we're supposed to be doing cost of supply studies. The question is, are they being done? If they were being done back in 2016, so all municipalities would actually be able to give you their cost structures. But they don't have it. So the issue here is one that simply says we are proposing something. Let's hope you've understood it. If you have not understood it, well, we are still open for further engagements. But if you have understood it, you hold a different view, please put forward that view. And so we are looking for suggestions because we must move forward. We can't stand still unless people are saying, let's rather stand still. South Africa is burning as we speak. Not literally, figuratively. But that's all that we are asking. In terms of implementation, we are initially we are looking at September. It would set a vision in terms of directionally. This is where we want to go. We might not have the data to allow us to actually go that direction. But we also understand that South Africa is changing. Our economy is changing. And we unfortunately not responsible for the economy. In terms of direction of the economy, we take that as a given. We work with the system that we have. But we wanting to set a vision or direction in terms of where we should go within the current economic structure. But the implementation itself can only start in 2024. But we do recognize that it's not going to be a big bang. It's an evolution. So with that, I think we are just wanting to say we do hope that this engagement today was of use to you, and that we're looking forward to your comments, your written comments. With that, I'd like to then bring this stakeholder engagement workshop to a close. And thank you all for participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.